they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austro-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising these peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we had that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. Oh, it's not really what important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands, and what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which was really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarich Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. And typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguise for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed as images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next one. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils. And these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more global approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. They're about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as whose reference here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
At the end of the session, the therapist sat for a few seconds. He bridged his hands in front of himself and leaned back in his chair. Then, he turned away for a moment to make a few more notes. The only sound in the room was the scratching of his pen across the page. The light through the window cast a saucer-shaped shadow on the carpet. He looked back at the two of us after that and said, "There's nothing I can do for the two of you. I don't want to see you again." Tracy and I looked at one another completely stunned. We got up and slipped out of the room. Once we got inside the car, we sat there for a second before we both burst out laughing. "We got fired," Tracy said, "That's not good when your therapist fires you." We didn't try to find another counselor, but it eventually became clear that as I got involved in doing more interviews, that whatever damage I'd done to the relationship and what she'd done wasn't something we both were truly invested in fixing. We decided it was best to just go our own ways and not make anything more difficult for the other person. I'd lost one wife to disease, and now a second one to work and infidelity. No matter how strong you think you are mentally, or how amicable the party, a divorce preys on your sense of self and self-worth. A few of the why me moments. Why did I have to accept that job? Why did she have to have an affair and mess up my chances? And a host of others brought me pretty low. I understood why some people chose to end their lives. Of the suicidal impulses, but on an intellectual level, I could understand the desire and the despair that might lead to it. As much as was possible, I tried to resume my normal activities as soon as I could after the initial broadcast George had done. I knew immediately, even in those pre-internet days, the power of the media. 2 days after that first interview aired, George was on the phone with me. "Listen, this story is getting picked up around the world. A Japanese station called me. They want to fly you over there and conduct their own interviews with you." "Japan," I said dully. For an instant, the thought appealed to me. I could get away from here and escape everything. "Yeah, pretty amazing. What do you think?" George asked. His voice twinged with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "No, not interested." "Mind if I ask why?" "You're the investigative journalist. You figure it out." George laughed. "That's good. That's funny." At the time, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if I was joking or not. I was feeling deadened. It was like I was an unplugged electric guitar. Someone could pluck at a string, but it produced a pale imitation of the sounds it was capable of producing. "Well, Bob, I'm kind of glad to hear that. I mean, the exposure is great. That's one of the reasons why I called." Might he expected me to respond to that some way, ask what he wanted, or something to that effect? I just let the silence linger. "So the response here has been great. We'd like to do more interviews with you." Again, I didn't respond. At least, not directly. "I've thought about the Japan trip. I think I'd like to do it. Maybe it would be good to get away." "That's great. I'll see about the arrangements. What about my offer? More interviews?" George waited and then filled in the gaps. To his credit, he didn't sound exasperated or panicked. "As you can imagine, some people are a little skeptical. Anyone could have made up what you said. We didn't get into much detail. To be honest, I need to be convinced. I need better evidence. I need to verify some things." "Yeah. As I'm sure you know, this story has implications beyond you. Beyond me, for that matter. This is big stuff. Government cover-ups. This is the kind of thing I do. If you're going to trust anyone about this, I'm your guy." We both let the pause go on. I understood what he was saying. At first, coming forward was an act of self-preservation. I had only briefly considered what all this meant beyond me being able to get back to my life. I did understand that some people believed in a greater degree of transparency within the government than I did. I had a long history of working with and inside government agencies. I was comfortable with the need-to-know mentality that drove much of the control of information. I'd seen that in action in the private sector as well. But with this, I was leaning in a slightly different direction. I didn't really see the harm that would come from revealing this information. It sounded to me as if the Russians were already in the know. I thought that people would be receptive to knowing about alien life and technologies. After all, we had these craft in our possession, and it was like they were shot down in some large-scale invasion. I still didn't know how we got them. And in truth, how didn't matter. We had them. So let's just move on and see how this technology could assist us. Maybe if I put a bit more pressure on the powers that be, they might be willing or might be forced to make this information well known. I thought Sputnik. We learned the Russians had a space program, and then that they'd gotten a man to orbit the Earth before we did. The result proved to be a net positive, a huge net positive down the line. Obviously, this situation was different, but I thought that the principle still applied. An open exchange of information could be a good thing. I'd seen firsthand in S4 and in other work what happened when compartmentalization of information took precedence over other considerations. Progress slowed. I had a pretty good idea of the weapons potential of this anti-gravity system. If we had it, and others knew we had it, maybe our having such an enormous advantage would be a real game changer. It had been 10 years since the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks 2 treaty had been signed. Talks to end the Cold War were ongoing. Various Soviet republics had been rising in opposition to Kremlin rule. Momentum seemed to be in our favor, but we could have had heavy weight to tip the balance in our favor. I told George that I would think about it and get back to him. Don't think about it too long. Rather do this with your cooperation. News business is tricky. People forget. I didn't tell him that people forget, but that groups and agencies like I had been dealing with most likely didn't. After George and I spoke, I called John Lear to let him know that I was going to take him up on his offer. I told him that I would meet him for dinner not later than 6 o'clock that evening. John understood that agreeing to dinner at 6 o'clock meant I would be staying at his house that night. A minor precaution against eavesdropping, but a necessary one at the time. I spoke briefly with John about George's offer to do more interviews. He thought it would be wise to do them. I consulted with a few other friends, but to be honest, by the time I did, my mind was already made up. I was going to go forward with the plan to talk about what I'd seen. I also agreed with something that George told me. For this story to have any credibility, I needed to step up and allow myself to be interviewed on camera and have my likeness and name be clearly on display. The first interview I'd been silhouetted and not identified. That wasn't going to pass the test this time. I told him that I would allow that. George also said that it was his professional responsibility as a journalist to do more inquiring into my past. I agreed to that. George said that he would like to travel with me to Los Alamos to meet some of the people I worked with and to see where I had worked. I agreed to that. George told me that if at any time I was uncomfortable with any of this, up to the moment it was sent out over the air, he'd agree to pull the plug on it. I heartily agreed with that. In fact, I told him that if he hadn't specified that part of the agreement, I wouldn't have agreed to any of the other stipulations. I also spoke with Gene about the Japan trip and asked him if he would like to join me. In the intervening days since the offer was first presented, I'd had second thoughts, but Gene seemed to think it was a good idea. At that point, I was easily swayed and was likely just looking for reasons from other people to do or not do many things. I got another offer that I couldn't refuse. George had contacted the people in Japan to let them know that Gene and I agreed to accept their offer. A few days later, we bought tickets. That same night, I was at home and the phone rang. I picked up and a voice I couldn't identify said, "If you take this trip to Japan, you will never return. Understand?" He then hung up. I didn't know if this meant I was still being followed or if my phone line was still being tapped. Not that either of the two mattered. Gene and I talked it over, and since neither of us was all that excited about going in the first place, we turned in the tickets and didn't go. The Japanese later threatened to sue for the entire cost of their TV special, which I just ignored. I never heard from anyone about it again. I guess it's a reflection of what my state of mind was at the time, that the threatening phone call unnerved me only to the point that I canceled the trip. I didn't pursue any other course of action. No going to the authorities, no no going on the record about it and telling George. The reason George wanted me to accompany him to Los Alamos was to speed up the process. For him to get the clearances himself, to make all the necessary arrangements would have taken a lot of time. He wanted to strike, as the saying goes, while the iron was hot. I also met with his boss, the station manager, and both of them struck me as consummate professionals. They'd agreed to the conditions I'd mandated for the first interview, and everything had gone off as planned. As much as I was drifting at that point in my life, as much as I was feeling unmoored from the life I'd once led just a few short months before, it was great to have the two of them and my friends in my corner. No matter what happened as a result of the additional exposure, I was comfortable with accepting whatever consequences came my way. I was never going to blame anyone else for being complicit in what happened. I made my choice, and I was going to stick with it. It felt good to be able to trust someone and to trust myself. The trip to Los Alamos was relatively brief. Because I'd worked there and had contracted with them, access to the facility and to the people who could verify my presence there was a relatively easy matter. I took George around and introduced him, showed him places I'd worked and various aspects of the accelerator. George was clearly pleased to see that I hadn't fabricated a bit of my backstory. We returned to Las Vegas, and George said that he would be in touch to schedule the next taping session. We scheduled it for the last week of May, just prior to Memorial Day. We filmed in an office at the studio. I decided that since I wasn't going to have my image disguised, I should make myself as presentable as possible. I wore a gray shirt and a matching thin gray tie. I didn't want to dress too businesslike, so I wore a pair of jeans and white running shoes. Gene didn't prepare me ahead of time with a list of questions, and that was fine with me. We talked at length, but I knew that he was going to have to edit it all down to about 90 seconds for broadcast. I wasn't nervous. Blocking out the camera operator and the sound person wasn't easy. We were in a fairly tight space, but I kept reminding myself that I was having a conversation with George and no one else. He was somebody I trusted, and all I had to do was answer honestly and talk to George. I stuck around the studio while George went into another part of the facility to do his editing. I'm not sure why, but I wanted to be in person when that evening's news, with my interview included, went out over the airwaves. As time went on, I thought more and more about what I was doing. I was kind of like a groom sitting in a church office while his bride and everybody else bustled about making the last preparations before a wedding. All of them were occupied with doing something, but all I could do was sit there and drink. I started off picking up a pencil and drumming it on the tabletop while considering everything I had done and what this new revelation might mean for my future. I had no idea really of how far-reaching the consequences might be. I didn't believe I'd be in any real physical harm. That was the initial thought I had in coming forward, that I should do this and protect myself. I wondered a bit about my reputation in Las Vegas and dismissed that as a concern pretty quickly. Las Vegas was a place where many people led a transient existence. They came here with some kind of dream or ideal or last resort mentality. It was kind of like the gambling that drew a lot of people to the place. You started out with high hopes, went bust, and limped home. I was concerned about making a living beyond photo processing. I'd signed up with EG&G, hoping to get back into the scientific community. I wasn't sure how I'd be perceived if I came forward. I damaged my chances at getting the security clearance I needed to work at S4. But what about in other places, like Los Alamos? What about in the private sector? That was a real unknown. That concerned me. I knew that I'd take a kind of fuck-it-all attitude in the wake of Tracy and the rest of it, but I had to be practical. I was gutted, that was for sure, but there was some instinct inside of me, some sense of survivorship that kept nagging at me. No, I wasn't going to kill myself, but was I doing something that would cripple me in a way? Was I committing some act of self-sabotage? Was I looking for an easy way out? A way to later explain whatever state of failure I'd entered into? I had been pacing for a good amount of time, as I waited for the countdown to airtime. There was something inside me that hated the idea of having Dennis and the rest of them, whoever they were, win. I thought that maybe by coming forward in the manner I had, I'd done just that, beaten them. But in reality, that wasn't likely to be the case. I was pretty sure that as I sat there in that room, there was someone else out at the facility filling out the same paperwork I had, submitting to the same physical, getting introduced to Barry or some other version of Barry. The golf ball would still be hitting the ceiling and raining down bits of acoustical tile. The high-performance tests would still be going on every Wednesday night. I wouldn't be a part of any of that. What would I be a part of? I felt a gnawing in my stomach and envisioned a gaping black hole that was my future. Someone knocked at the door. We're about to go with it. Someone I hadn't met before told me. If you'll follow me. We walked through the aisles of the newsroom along rows of desks and half walls. I spotted George a few yards ahead of me. He carried a large format video cassette in his hand. I took off after him. George, no, you can't, I yelled. We have to go with this, George said. His eyes darted from side to side, and he'd edged around a file cabinet, and a potted plant wobbled unsteadily. You said up to the last second, just say the word. George was still on the move. I accelerated and caught him around the waist and chest and tackled him. I'm saying the word, George. No! We rolled around on the floor, George holding the tape just outside my grasp. I looked up and saw a few faces staring down at us, though no one stepped in to intervene. We have a deal, I said, sounding very much like a boy shouting at his older brother. George scrambled to his feet. I'm doing the right thing, Bob. You know, cold feet is all. This is going to be okay. With that, he went into the studio, and I sat on the floor with my head cradled in my hands and my knees drawn up, wondering not for the first time or the last, what have I done? In the last 27 years, I've asked myself that question many, many times. Unlike a lot of people who've lived through a really rough period and come out on the other side who say, if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't change a thing, I would. I wouldn't have come forward. I should have probably just waited things out after learning about Tracy's affair. I would have been more patient and lived with the hope that once that matter was all settled, I could have gone to work at S4 full time. I had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work in the forefront of science, and I pissed it away. Sure, there were the ethical implications of what was going on out there, but at heart, I'm a scientist. I seek knowledge and understanding. All that's been left in the wake of my time at S4 is other people's doubts and uncertainties about me, and about the program there. As a scientist, on one level, you have to accept that there's going to be uncertainty, that your theories and findings could always eventually be proven to be less than 100% certain. Simultaneously, you also have to believe that you've cracked the code, solved the riddle, advanced human understanding. At S4, I didn't do any of that. I have to live with that regret, and a bunch of others as well. This is no fairy tale. We all didn't live happily ever after. A lot of innocent people got hurt as a result of me stepping forward. People lost security clearances, jobs, possible futures, because of their association with me and my revealing to them what I did. That's hard to deal with, but is in no way as hard as the consequences they had to face. Over the years, I've tried to do what I can to make amends, but words fall short, and gestures fail. As for me, I picked up the pieces eventually. Over the long haul, things did get better. I've spoken a few times at conferences and done some interviews. I've had Hollywood film and TV producers contact me. In the scripts they've written, they've tried to show me as some kind of action hero, leaping onto the hoods of cars, escaping the bad guys. I'm no action hero. I wasn't then, and I'm certainly not one now. I'm no kind of hero. I've settled into a quiet life running a scientific supply company. I can't do science anymore now that my reputation has turned to crap. I've tried sending out resumes, but they produce no results. Not even a polite decline. Just silence. The deep silence of space. I chose to come forward again and hoped to set the record straight by writing this. I didn't seek someone out. He sought me. I knew that this was going to be part of a larger, overarching project, and I liked that idea. I was just one small cog in a larger machine at S4, and S4 is part of a larger story as well. I can't and won't comment on that, because it is not something I've witnessed or experienced myself. I'm a modest guy, with modest ambitions. All I've ever done in interviews and appearances is to comment on and to relate what I know and what I did. I see no reason to change that now. I imagine that anyone caught up in events that feel larger than themselves feels the impulse to create a story that is in ways as large as the forces that are acting on them. I guess that's a part of physics. But I know that our understanding of the nature of the universe is, to put it mildly, incomplete. Maybe there's some comfort in knowing that this story is over. Maybe some will take comfort in feeling that there are some questions yet to be answered. That's life.
Let's resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why.
This concludes Dreamland by Bob Lazar, narrated by Barry Abrams. Copyright 2019 by Interstellar. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Interstellar and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Someone told me that there are a few Bukharan Jews that live in this neighborhood. And although it's not my area of specialization, I thought it might be nice to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Bukhara. This is not intended to be anything in-depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of Bukharan Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and run out to my car and go home, and then you can ask the hard questions at that point. Okay, so let's speak for about 60 minutes. So just talk everything I know about the car. I'll exhaust it completely, and then you will move on. So first of all, I think a very important question is where exactly is Bukhara? So in many ways, Bukhara in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Lithuania, where it's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukharan Jews consider Bukharia, or what Lithuanian Jews consider, as we shall see. Here is the city. It is in Uzbekistan today. If you think about the region of Bukhara, it really refers specifically to an emirate that I'm going to show you the geographic boundaries. There are about 5 distinct cities within the region that we consider Bukhara. Bukharan Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that moniker. How many are there? So we have a relatively good list coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Sanskrit. That's most likely a one-to-one correspondence with Bukharan Jews in the region itself. If you estimate another 3,000 Bukharan Jews listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language as opposed to the Tajik speakers. You add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukharan Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom came in the middle of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly. We're going to focus primarily on the indigenous Jews. To take us to the late 20th century, Michael Zand did some demographic studies. He estimates about 80,000 Bukharan Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, when so many Bukharan Jews left. Another 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukharan community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. But it's interesting to note that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukharan Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came in World War II. So Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel, and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find, if you drive the streets and you look for stone railings in front, you will probably find your local Bukharan community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops when Bukharans are involved. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukharan Jewish community to its very, very ancient origins, associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 24 coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same. On the left, they have either Vespasian, the Roman Emperor, who destroyed Jewish sovereignty, his son Titus, who later go on to destroy the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and kind of a talking one, defying posture. Sometimes she's portrayed rather terrifyingly with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea, that there would be no more Jewish presence in Israel, or in fact in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their now, there were three major revolts. The first one, of course, resulting in the destruction of the temple, another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135. That was basically the last major revolt. There were smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile of the Jews. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of the land of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jewry, where the Talmud will be written and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? You definitely have some movement of Jews to this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi Shmuel bar Bizna, visited a place called Mur, it's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had a very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in a Proto-Tajik language, so Jews were definitely there from the 4th century, and although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that we have not quite identified. This is a visual joke. You should all be laughing at this point. I see some of you, Dr. Singer, is appreciating it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This goes over very well, by the way, with Ashkenazim. They see this joke and they just laugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, was the major route for goods traveling from the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course all points in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see where the red yellow arrow is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Bukhara, along with the mysterious Radhanite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian by using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written with Hebrew letters, or Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that the German was flanked, but that's the audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily the main literate population in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically could not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rothschild has a tremendous vocabulary for French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews would be trading in the language of the most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have, a little further along the Silk Road, in this remarkable cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. The name of it sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the Cave of 1,000 Buddhas, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned, but still found in the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we can conclude that there was definitely an early medieval community there. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara, is primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain. It crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since. by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These jokes were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're rolling the floor with that. And then, of course, Islam extends to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what would later become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept up into this region. How this affects the by now centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual earliest written documents in the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or a proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, its restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews enjoyed were ignored by Muslim authorities, but for the most part, this Pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity within Muslim lands. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, communal status and being more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, where it's, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, I'm talking about, you can't join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish community growth and strength. When that disappears, then we run the risk of assimilation. That's primarily been the challenge of America for much of, especially the 20th century. There's been so little anti-Semitism that Jews have simply disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as perhaps we should see Dr. Singer knows more about it. So anyway, what did this Pact of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Dhimma, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So I'll list them in three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews could not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. They were not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue, meaning the idea of the Pact of Umar was to keep Judaism in situ, it should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct bribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that they're supposed to be contained. They could not, have like Purim parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic thing. This is like a minor degree of religious inconvenience, especially when there are always ways to get around it. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses, they could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, they did not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to, again, quite often obviated or circumvented through liberal application of a bribe, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews had to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. And finally, preferential support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applies, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting the money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it will vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap was imposed or not. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face, it was definitely intended to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable at home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers occasionally, the billeting of soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that, but that I don't know. Just guessing. But this is kind of like the elements of the Pact of Umar, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow a space for Jews to live, because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are, to use a German word, Rechtsstaat. Rechtsstaat means a society that is governed by law. So in other words, to carry this a little further, I may understand that I will be suffering from certain discriminations, and maybe elections will be held on Saturdays, so I can't vote, or different things like that. But I know that if someone throws a rock through my window, I will be able to call the police, the police will come, they'll look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine, because you're not allowed to break windows in a direct society like that. That's why if you look at places like Jews in Quebec in the beginning of the 20th century, Jews in South Africa, they tend to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background noise anti-Semitism, just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period, the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. In Christianity, they developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of the witness. And I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically a church fathers document based from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slay them not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution did not be extreme. That, of course, changes the 20th century. Now, what's, I think, fascinating about Bukhara and Jewry is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their communities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background noise of history. We begin to know a lot more about them after Rabbi Yosef Maimon. He just moved the image actually. Even better, there we go. Madrid, who's an interesting shaliach. He is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Sfat in northern Israel. He comes to Bukhara and he falls in love with it. He falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he brings to the Bukharan community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Karo. Rabbi Yosef Karo, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and was expelled as a child, wandered throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukharan Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, they were observing it primarily through a mimetic system, meaning I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically do the same thing as been handed down as an historic. But with the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular Kiddush cup that he really liked because it had sentimental value for him, but it probably was a little less than a these. Less than maybe a halachic size that is mandated in the top. But you know what? That's the size that he had. He really liked this cup. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards that Kiddush cups should be the size of a thimble, because that's what they used. That's what the elders they used. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary, Ashkenazi, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not the area of expertise, but in many areas, there are great what is precisely the correct thing to do. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas which are still acceptable, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and confirmed by the Ramah, the commentary on top of it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to be able to challenge something that is in print. As my grandmother, Alana Shalom, used to say, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but I revoked her memory. She used to say in Yiddish, "Ach a glazel amashke zokmen zok Torah, say steht geschrieben in Sefer Shulchan Aruch." Forgive me, I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, as a blessing, because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. It rhymes in Yiddish. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Masorah of exactly what was in Shemona Esrei, the order of prayers, and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Masorah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual in southern France. There used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared. A version, so many different versions that because they did not print a prayer book, defenestrated, it's out the window. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Scott, or who lived in Scott in his old age, of Yosef Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have. It has all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do in Canadian Bobby. And every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews adopted it with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish rite, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to his great brilliance, but also to the fact that he was one of the first to actually put it in print. It could have been if the Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be eating like meat and bagels, things like that. Right? Okay, so cool, right? Actually, I went to what did I eat then? Yes, I went. Samsung, right? Shibureki. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah, so great. I couldn't believe it. I wish I was Bukharan. That food is fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachments to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to note, this is someone you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is the book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the Bukharans of Queens in particular, some of the schools that she attended, that she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them, and they were only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. But in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like numbers of scholarly works. They're deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of Maghrebi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was actually shown to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of Bukharan history. Let me take this question here. Now you might wonder, how did Bukharans start after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region, and a little bit of Uzbek as well. The things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Much of fairly oppressive measures is trying to control this frequently vested region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, they recognized that there were Jews in Bukhara, and the Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period of the silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salespeople, Bukharan capitalists, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome. It was supposed to be an inheritor of pure Christianity. And so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This was the state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face the decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland. How do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive, kind of a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross into large cities like St. Petersburg or to Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there illegally anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews up until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharan Jews were allowed to. So Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of the significant connections able to exploit the new territories of the Russian built. And with that money, they also, following my Rabbi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Bilu and Kibbutz Zion in Ukraine. You had the Bukharans who were settling Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which we'll see on top of. So up until the Soviets come into power in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually used one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year, October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, not Soviet, the old Russian, and then you have a communist revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jews of Bukhara. In particular, this individual, a deep rock Chabad rabbi named Simon Zimmerstein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. The Yevsektia was the Еврейский секция Коммунистической партии, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time when the Yevsektia was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now, with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of, aspirations towards God, which was viewed as a utopia with masses and so on. Zimmerstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Yevsektia, was the head of education in Bukhara. And he came in there strong, desperately trying to convince Bukharan Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. To me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by Yosefia. They published magazines like this one called Apikoros, meaning The Heretic. Bezboshnik was the Russian version, Godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get Bukharan Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, which was a strange policy called Korenizatsiya, which meant that it was okay to express culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or kind of economic aspect. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Because Easter eggs would be religious, can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy. Bukharit, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written Hebrew characters. It's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, it has to be able to be read by regular people. To therefore be, they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a brief period of time, Bukharit was written in Roman letters, like we have English language, and then they said, wait, it's kind of stupid. We Cyrillic language, so they switched to Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. And that lasted up until the 1930s. Kind of an interesting note here. You know, the Jewish communists were among the worst, because, you know, there's nothing like a Jewish Apikoros who was a true believer. He would go to the end of the world to try and convince other people to also be non-believers. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Korenizatsiya, because that's the authentic folk language. But we have to make it proletarian, and we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there are 22 letters. 5 of them, the Matzpah, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? And then there's the test. If you put them at the end of a word, they're written differently. They said that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also are, Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed a Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off to Siberia. Crazy, crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that, you know, there's a karma, right? Things go around. This is, of course, the Chabad Siddur, published in Russian. And you know that in Russian, there is no H. That's why when I go there, people would call me either Gedri or Henry. But they have difficulty saying Hen. So, but the word Tiras Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. How do you say that? So therefore, you indicated, added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to waive our letters, actually gave them a letter of turn, and now we have another weird kind of experiment they did to Bukhara, the fact that it was Bukhara, or at least more than an Ashram, is this unusual experiment posed by the President Kaliman, thinking out of ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far done. And this was actually not a terrible. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel of Jews to Azerbaijan. So when it could have been a refuge for Jews, it failed to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish oblast out there in the Far East for a few decades. The only thing we really say about it is that it proximity to great Asian food. Thank you. Now, one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is going to be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for Bulgarian Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. What the Rabbi used to say, it was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization was really able to commit to the Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggled in Sigurim and Tefillin and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in preserving the Jews of Bukhara and the entire Russian Empire. First from the fear of the Rebbe, shown in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Rabbi Nachman Schneerson, phenomenal commitment that really kept the flame of Judaism alive in Bukhara and the Russian Empire. We'll return to this, God willing, next week, but just it's an important placeholder for us right now. Okay, much of Bukharan Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea that the plan didn't work. There's so many jokes about this in Russian culture, about how the train's not moving, so we shut the windows and pretend that it's wind moving, shut the curtains, pretend that it's moving. That's exactly what happened in the 5-year plan that begins in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life, because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole purge-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigated, they say, oh, look what's happened. These numbers are not corresponding to what we received and the amount of wheat and things like that. Must we have saboteurs or wreckers inside of society? These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to the Gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe the effect is as many as 16 million people who were sent off to exile, and it's a number of deaths, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and in the Donbass region that was also in Bukhara. One who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jews, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially the Ashkenazi Jewry. On June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time. So therefore, he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real. And so that left Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish Lebensraum, that was in the east. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So it was a period which was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, things like that, and they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little Städtlein that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places, force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe, and it's actually, you can see the many locations where this happened. Kiev is perhaps the most infamous. Babin Yar is the Yar in Russian means ravine. The ravine of the Baba, the old woman's ravine. Some 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a week. Incredible amount of killing that happened in this region. It also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are buried in a killing field in Lithuania. It's a rather remarkable monument to them near the city of Disney, the small shepherd of Disney. So this happened beginning in June of 1941. And it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the use of the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps. 6 of them, primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It was kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to rat poison. Cyclone Bay is finding a much more efficient way of dealing with their Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, about 600,000 Jews who fled the Nazi army to east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan. They ended up in Bukhara. Many people say they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population, increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Sepsia, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers, but brethren. Tremendous amount of hospitality. My own father, Allah, and his family, they took him, an orphan from the war into their own home, and that's what Bukharan Jews did to Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we've had it with you, Ashkenazim. What you did to us under Stalin, the 30s, and so on, taking away our language, things like that. They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You frequently hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region, which largely due to the Jews who were. Diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you see there's a region called the region of Bukhara, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example. Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out the following of its original inhabitants, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. A massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, including the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of conclusion of the Bukharan legacy, we began our discussion here with this discussion of this coin, the Judea Kapta coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the State of Israel. A medallion was commissioned, and on one side, it has this familiar kind of elements that we've seen. There's the phrase Judea Kapta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of galut, of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. So in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish playing with an infant child, an affirmation of life. And on the right, instead of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutzik planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jews, that like this medallion, the Bukharans are people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts, for sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simcha d'chaim, which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allow them to flourish in contemporary communities together. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that I actually know something about. We'll talk about the views of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, we're ready to talk then about confidence. And we're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Nasrandim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel like writing back and saying, what are you doing on YouTube anyways? You know, Rabbi would not do YouTube. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on it. Rabbi was one of the neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism is traditional Hasidism. Let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, you know, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying, I mean, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride. And yeah, this is this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as one way to do it. There's Dalit, Amos, or Halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalit Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term al-Glaubige, which means full believers, that they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidim. So in terms of like, do they believe in Taryag and Mitzvot? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join a club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Shabbat and Wada. What's the second one? Gila, right. Taharas and Sata. Is it more than the third one? Those are practice, exactly. Those are the 3 really things. If you knock those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of Kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what I'm translating here, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny little details. Like, for example, even with Haras and Shvacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And you have a board, a yad board, or you have to have a board, takas board. These are tiny little details so that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really simple. If you were a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians back there. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Right? The Hasidim didn't say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? When it comes over, Hadash, Asur, Min Torah, the idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, Re'eh Zeh Hadash, we don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, you should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Crown.
How much deal before the difference that really gets crazy is the way that I felt that was the difference between how they're like they're doing all that always going over again.
We are going to go to all the things that go to see the Masnagim crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of like the high point of the year. I don't want you to give it away before we really get in. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim. What's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old. It's so old that people forgot about it. So they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, the Hasidim, of course, is like acknowledging that these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabee, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You can go within Mishusadin, or you go within Mishusadin, or you go within Mishusadin. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to Teis, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your hair. And you can't shave your hair with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some question of an electric razor. So with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. The Hasidim afterwards say, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your tail, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low, and then use curling irons, make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's essentially the idea here. You see it in the Kabbalah of the Ali, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these payas. There's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where do Litvaks start wearing payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Zahn, that some of the things that Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting, bit by bit, little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true of the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholent with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Bolognese, Mr. Gandhi, great, Arente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Shnagzik customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic Yeshivas spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's kind of like the ultimate religious value of studying text, and especially Torah Negleh, the revealed Torah. That's what they submit. That became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay. Let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? And there's two different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Svetz. You'll recall we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times.
Welcome.
And he's like kind of like a heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless were still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Brecht's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with his friend von Kreische. Did I discuss that in front? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in this question. Get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Brecht's approach. But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He translated English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate enough German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe, Schiller, and Beethoven you listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant; they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. France? Do you have any problem with Mr.
I have to
France? Yeah.
First of all, it wasn't. You say that they were illiterate.
They're much less literate than other people.
Even in the quote unquote responsible time period, they would never have been allowed to get no much fish in Germany or England.
Okay, yeah. So it's never, but it doesn't change his argument.
Right. But I would say that it's more of the idea of hopefulness to be able to serve Hashem better than having to do any literacy. I has to do with that shouldn't give people a way to serve Hashem without having to worry. Without having to say, oh, you don't know God, you can't serve Hashem.
Right? So you're mechabe to the next historian, right. Shimon Dubno. We mentioned him, I know, because I talked about how he was shot. Right. So, but we've seen him a lot of times. Now we're seeing him specifically on Hasidism. Shimon Dubno, unlike Gretz, who did most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in Yiddish, if I remember correctly. And he says, no, Gretz, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north, in Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through full expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Gretz, you should not criticize the Hasidism, the Hasidic movement. They're actually the really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Uber is kind of like he explores Dubno's thought even further. Martin Buber was not actually an historian, but he was very influential. He was influencing Western Europeans to a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read you his comments, that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. Not favorite. Gershon Scholl is not my favorite. I do think he's great too. Gershon Scholl really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabbatai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabbatai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabbatai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabbatai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi, and even after he converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their Beit Din, and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It was a very, very difficult period. Mr. France.
Quick question is, was there a phone around that time? There also was a little before, and I've heard people say there's skepticism before it. So what is
the Ramchal was before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite one. This guy's my favorite, Ben Zion Dinor. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Can you talk to me about this? Yeah, right. Mr. Abram, guys together. Ben Zion Dinor is great. Related to who? I don't know.
You know who that is?
No.
He's killed in Ortho. He's the Hebrew Holocaust spreader.
And related to Dinor? Is it Dinor maybe he changed it? I don't know. He changed his name maybe?
I don't know.
Okay, you have to look up. You have a computer there. Wait, computer will do it. Ben Zion Dinor is great. You know why I love it? Dinor's approach? Because he used the agency rule. Before Abramson was even born, he was the Abramson rule. And he basically says about money. What are you talking about? Ideas. And even about singing and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, who owned the villages? Who owned the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Szlachta in Polish, the Yiddish, the poets. Right, the poets owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his Latifundia, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? The poets hired the rabbi. So the poets would actually, the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jew. It was like a sinecure. It was like the Stella, the pulpit, was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. The tax on Shabbos candles went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of Yupitsville or something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
They're not related. I checked this. Both of them changed names from different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want to have anything to do with these, all I can think of is profanity here, so I'm looking for a word. All of these corrupt rabbis who plot their positions and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, a rabbi to inspire us. And these guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and have to cry over their problems, those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to you really seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict of Messiah, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you wanted to buy meat? Yeah, like the butcher shop, which is typically the shochet too, right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat, right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, it did not come, with the blood removed. You have to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class to learn how to salt a liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat. It's like, it comes like that in the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyways, so if you would buy it from the shochet, who is paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have Hasidus Shechita. I can't go with the regular Shechita. I need to go to the Hasidic Shechita. And so you have a different Shechita that for Ben Sion Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from the bad rabbi. Let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Litvak Al Daven Shacharis during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're following Chassidus that says, you have to daven when you're ready, like let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't daven at the same time, especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different menhalim in the same shul. So you know what? So you have a new revenue stream. And then Diner's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi, you can elect to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi that the court has hired. Mr. Berendich.
You mentioned over times drinking the Hasidic side of the Protestant. They don't tell each other.
Yeah.
How do those become?
We're going to get there. I know I got to get to the tricky part because we just had Purim, but we'll get there. Mr. Kranz, quick one.
Isn't it so far off though from the spiritual I'm Jewish world, the idea of money having to be part of it? It's so far off.
But Mr. Kranz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
But what seems to the rabbis were going off town to town without making a dime, doing it just to awaken the spiritual code of these Jews?
Not necessarily. We still see. I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments. Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. There are actually several examples of female rebbes in history. There's a famous maiden of Ludmir, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a tish. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which, if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, then all of a sudden there's new practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is Chabad Shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbitzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that Rebbitzin 100 years ago would not have done. Different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, Kala bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Rappaport Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the masses. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's my colleague Moshe Rothschild, actually a senior colleague, had a big impact on my own research. He's at Bar-Ilan. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it, many scholars were until then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really, really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things could get out and so on. So he's one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was one part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, is because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland, to a place called Medjugorje, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. We didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. Because the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivchei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to take this. It's not a history book, and so there was a lot of questions. Did he even live? So Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Medjugorje, where he's supposed to have lived, and he found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here, it's written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You can find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Francis. Don't look it up on the screen. But Mr. Rubin, quickly.
I don't mean this the wrong way, but people say that it's like saying that Genshin doesn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not everything about him is true, but he pre-existed.
But that's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in History 155 sometime. But yeah, so it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was, legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper, or the Sheriff Nottingham, that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, he was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend, and he's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shivchei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his existence. His dates are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in Kiev. This is actually in the Vernadsky Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like me with not too much hair, and what he has is all white, but he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these Pinkasim. These were record books from the communities of Poland and Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the libraries there. He pulled them out and did some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abraham's going to ask questions first.
Why would the Baal Shem Tov call himself by that name?
Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. And he didn't necessarily call himself by that name, but people are applied to him. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Mr. Franz, you can answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Tillman, you can answer that?
He's the good guy.
He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the bad Baal Shem?
the misogynist one?
No, no, well, everybody's misguided. Let's say before it's changed, right? So first of all, what is a Baal Shem?
You're miracle of that happening. They were like spiritual doctors.
Okay, what do they do?
They used to use Kabbalah.
Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name, like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write emmaus, they would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem Tov was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You familiar with amulets, right? You probably have seen them. You may even have owned some of them, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a shiviti on it. Actually, shiviti is also the red string. The red string is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices, which means are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? So you can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. What do you call it? Kabbalah Maslet. Yeah, Kabbalah Maslet, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Hamsa, the ham, when we sometimes dye it, we like put it off the iron off. The little cards that we got when our kids were born, put them under the crib, we love those things. I have some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them from their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really frum, he seems like a nice guy. You go up and say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having such trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And they'll write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, you put it in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things like this. These people are called Balei Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so from. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Baruch Chaim. I think it's somewhere around Perek Shin Dalet. If I was Rabbi Sachs, I would tell you exactly which word in Perek Shin Dalet, Perek Shin Dalet, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion of what's the defining factor. It's also discussed, of course, in the Sefer Shabbos, Bavnei Yotzin, right? When can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a mumta, they're written by an expert. So that means right away you've got amulets written by experts, and you have amulets that are not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, Rabbi Eliezer ben Eliezer, he was from Baal Shem. Oh, he was great. His amulets were and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him, and that's how he became really great. People liked him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which he forbade to ever be published. He said, you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture. They're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that was very active at this time. Okay. Did I see any other hands? Any Mr. Krams?
How can you say that there wasn't, you said it was one of those that they had for the Baal Shem Tov. So there are terms, that's a Shem Tov, Baal Shem Tov, terms,
which are later in the Shivka Besh.
but those terms are the Baal Shem Tov's teachings, which were passed between the student. So those weren't proof enough for the Baal Shem Tov.
You have to accept the assertion that are passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wants to see, is it really true?
There was like stuff like Kabbalah and the Baal Shem Tov.
I think the Baal Shem Tov might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Forensic.
Where's the salon
I can hardly wait. I said to myself when
we
we're
don't
home,
understand when a lot of it
we go
was
dancing in the
frightful
dark,
to
walking through the fog,
why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress. You get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s, and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to the Baal Shem Tov? He has a couple of disciples. One of them is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, another Chabad, and those 5 disciples just spread the seeds everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Bodzinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps of how Hasidism spread and different styles of Hasidism and things like that. This is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje to the Maggid, you have the massive spread of Hasidism throughout. But of course, and this is in 1772 when he lived, so it's really rapidly trending. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation going, and they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litfoxes will start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. So the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I will suggest to you, gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that, great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with Rothschild, where he certainly had some serious reservations, even opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like really anti-Hasidic. So, what is it that they were upset about? I'm going to list, I think, here 9 different things that the Hasidism really opposed to the Hasidism. The first is, what is this separate prayer groups business? Right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to tefillah, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven Shabbos and Tomorrow. And these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for chakras at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when chakras begins. But that's the idea of Hasidism is, I'm not, what does Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better you can sleep during class, like some of us here. You got a good nice stretch. So,
welcome.
My voice is
how you living, Pimp? What's
so,
good, son?
That's one of the
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, Pimp?
That's what I'm saying, man. We're about to get on right now. We're about to gamble this bitch.
All right, baby. I'm ready for you.
Don't say that.
Dog. Just stay away from steak and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think BC's the move. I think we come up on BC every time, it feels like.
Absolutely.
All right, so we got two options. We got crazy time if we're feeling crazy, or we got lightning roulette.
Dog. With me, I've watched you play lightning roulette, and we make fun of the mid chips on it, and you have won, all in all, like $2,600 on it. And then you go and you blow it on steak. So I am telling you that it is my humble opinion to go with lightning roulette.
So you said don't, or you said do roulette and just not play steak? Is that what you said?
That's right.
All right. I think that's fair. We need a Jewish prayer and we need to know what our lucky numbers are today.
All right. Well, it is the 15th of Tammuz. That's the month, 5785. So I think 15 is going to be pretty good. And let me give you a Shema. Here we go. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kvod Malchuto Le'olam V'ed. Hit it, baby.
And we're blessed for good fortune. Let's go. I got $5 dollars. Let's see what I can do.
Fuck yeah. Let's turn $5 into $1 trillion. We're done.
Definitely not possible. Okay.
I think it's probable. No, not this shit. Get out of there. Get out of there. This shit sucks, dude.
Yo, hey, Nets. What are you doing?
Shit, my girl literally just pulled up, taking
I'm about to get on BC, and Rabbi just did us a prayer. We're going to go lightning roulette. You probably miss out right now, but you got to lock in. I told you Friday night, but you want to hear anything from it? Well, I told you like 3. All right, okay. I'll have to tell Miss to get in here.
Absolutely. Tell his girl to get in here. She can blow him while you make tens of thousands of dollars. Dog, that...
If for some reason, by some miracle,
what's
90,000x, I mean, that's totally likely, but it's like, it's bonus. This isn't even real money. This is just fake money.
I get that. What's the orange mean?
That means that you lose. If you get green, you win. All right, I'm going to go. Right.
Dog, that is the worst game ever. I'm going to just create a website that's called How to Lose All Your Fucking Money, Play This Game. And it's just going to have numbers that go in orange, and people are just going to throw money at me. Dog, What was the website that you used that was absolute dog shit and everybody said like it's a scam?
I forgot what the name was.
Okay, well don't use that one.
Something, no. Yeah, I'm not. But that's. That was very upsetting. Just put it in there and just go complete.
Oh yeah, dog. Was that one of those sites that was like, hey, we'll give you X amount of credits to join?
Yeah, basically.
All right, I gotcha. How many credits does it take?
Not being the case.
Right, how many credits does it take for you to get your interest?
On this site?
No, on any site. Like if I were making a scam site right now and I wanted to scam you retro rate of all your money, if I put $1 in credits, that's not going to get your attention. But if you saw $100 in credits, would it get your attention?
Maybe.
If you saw $1,000 in credits, would it get your attention?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, it's not like it matters.
So I think it's bad luck to play when you have a full stomach. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and I'll be right back.
All right, drop a deuce, my friend.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn, girl.
All right, my boy. Damn, that thick cake right there. Yeah, fool.
Was it like cutting cigars?
Oh, your cake. It looks like your cake just came out the bakery.
Oh, I got you.
What the hell?
Do you feel better?
Oh yeah. We got the good stuff this time. No more $3 stuff. We got the $10 stuff. What's the Jewish religion thing on alcohol? Are they for it or against it?
Quite pro. So long as you can do it and not become inebriated. There are some other issues, like, I mean, there are a lot of issues, but generally, we have it every week.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, Islam's the big one that doesn't drink alcohol.
That's what it is. I knew it was one of them. Being cold is cold. Oh, I got the Coke Zero. Ew. Ew. Gross. Got fucking aspartame.
We're
Hey,
dog.
aspartame.
That shit'll eat your brain.
For real.
You know who brought in aspartame into American diets?
Who?
Former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld.
Oh, wow.
He did it
I don't like that dude.
through something called NutraSweet.
It's interesting.
Word, dog.
Raw Epstein footage was modified. That's crazy. You know, I like to watch this. This song is good luck right here.
You just like watching a fucking
It's really slow.
fish that spins.
Like, my life feels accomplished, you know what I mean? When I watch that shit.
Do you know that song? Funky Town?
Yeah. Yeah, what song should we play to get things going?
Dude, if you play Pink Unicorn Princess, it's not gonna surprise me. Go play your Pink. I know you love that song, so fucking play it.
I do, but I like this song just as much too. You know this song? You ever heard this song?
Yeah, I think so.
It comes to 2 to 3 to 4. Oh my.
Dog, when are you gonna play Pink Unicorn Princess?
Yeah, you're right. It is good luck, man.
That's your girl.
No.
Dog, anybody who plays that song in front of another male has a secret underground desire to fuck Chapel Roan.
How do you know, bro?
Can read it on you like a book.
You know, the song's about a drag queen club.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Captain of the ocean.
I am.
Oh, it's just your.
Right. Okay, you have one more song you have to play.
What's that?
The Gambler by Kenny Rogers.
Oh, my Kenny Rogers.
Word dog. You have to play the whole thing. This is such a great video. Gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You better count your money when you're sitting at the table. Maybe counting up for counting when the dealing's done. when to fold 'em. Know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away. When to run, you never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, till the time of the counting. When the dealing's done, got to know when to hold. Know when to hold. Know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away. And when to run, you never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, the time of the counting. When the dealing's done, you got to know when to hold 'em. Know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. You better count your money. When you're sitting at the table, the time enough for counting. When the dealing's done.
That's a classic right there.
Word though.
That song is also pretty good too.
What up, Zoot?
What are we doing?
We're gambling. Stay here, Zoot, if you can, and watch Retro Raid make thousands of dollars.
Symbiote. I want to do a bonus buy, just $20 to see what it is.
Dog,
By BC.
we just played the game.
It looks kind of cool. I know.
Zoot, are you watching?
Just let me see this real quick.
Zoot loves to gamble.
Oh, no shit. I'm not cool. Oh, this looks cool. What the hell? Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi. Rabbi. I keep that right, brother.
Do I think what?
I keep that right, brother.
Generally, it's accurate, able to detect people who are good at pattern recognition. So if you consider intelligence pattern recognition, then perhaps.
The general intelligence, Mark.
I mean, it depends what you consider intelligence. Generally, intelligence is the ability to recognize patterns. But I've heard the quote. It's like one of my favorite quotes is genius is the ability to identify analogy. Why did you take an intelligence test and it told you were dumb?
I want to see what the bonus game does. Just for shits and giggles. What was the quote? What was that? What was the quote?
Genius is the ability to identify analogy.
Analogy?
Yeah. I heard it once in a monkeys documentary.
So the ability to analyze. So it's like Venom from Spider-Man. Symbiote. Pattern recognition. Yeah, that was ass cheeks. Pattern recognition only analyzes cognitive ability, which can be poor if the person has ADHD. Depends. It depends, my friend. It depends. No, you can't do an IQ test if you have ADHD. It doesn't work. I mean, I did. I scored 75 on my ASVAB. Yeah, ASVAB. Yeah. 35. 45. Or no, 45. Yeah. What did I score? I scored 55 on everything except electrical. Electrical, I scored 75. So it was 55. But 33 is crazy. 400 X on 33. Sorry, what was your score?
55, and then on electrical it was like 75.
Successful.
That's what it is. It's an ASVAB. Let me see here. 2, 3, 32, 24, 36, 34. I think that's a good spread. Oh shit, you said 15.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'll get it this one.
Were you medicated when you took the test?
No. No, I was not. 34, 33. Huh?
Raise that before you took the test.
No.
All right, here we go. Is the chick hot? It's a dude?
No, it's the dude.
Fuck this. Can you get a girl?
No?
Oh, this is the worst. I thought it was always chicks. Oh, this guy sucks.
No, good.
Dog, I'm going to start my own gambling site, and you'll be able to choose your AI avatar, and they can be naked.
Yeah, probably. That'd be kind of crazy, but yeah.
Dude, that would put asses in the seats. Would you rather look at this douchebag or some chick?
Why would I not have 9? I'm going to do one more and then dip. I don't think this is the move. Why is the kid screaming? All right.
This guy
Yeah,
sucks.
500.
This guy
I
sucks.
just need a 500. 1928. We ain't got either one. Any of these will be good.
Did you get
2,
double?
there we go.
Did you get double
Yeah,
zero?
we got one.
Did you get 0?
I got 60. They don't got double 0. But I got 2.
Do you have 0?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, good job. Good
I
job.
got
Get
15, 0, 16, 34 for Kobe, 36, 32, 2, 3, 5, 0.
Why'd you say 30?
11.
Why'd you say 34 for Kobe?
Isn't that Kobe's number?
No, he was 24 and 8.
I should have put it on 24. That's what it is. 6 is crazy. Oh, 34?
No, wow.
I told you,
That-
34.
Yeah, well, but that's not Kobe's number.
Oh, I have 24 right here. Yeah, I got it on 24. Whatever, same thing, right?
All right, how much are you up?
Nothing. I just broke even. If I get to 60, I'm gonna dip. Go to blackjack.
0.
Oh, 0, come on. 0, 34. Any of those would be tight.
0.
0, 34 would be 200.
Come on, 0.
30. I got 32 at least.
Okay, did you just make 60
I'm on a
bucks?
streak right now.
Did you just make 60 bucks?
I'm on a streak. Yeah. I'm
Quit.
gonna put 20 back in.
Quit.
I made 40. Well, hold on. Wait, let me run this real quick, and then I'll dip.
This is the kiss of death. This guy sucks. I'd rather have you play that stupid stake game that you just shred your money.
Fuck that game. And sometimes I'll be coming up off that.
1831.
18 and 31. 31's crazy. I don't even have 31. There's no way it will go 31. It won't.
Do you have
There's too
18?
many lightnings. It won't go lightning for a few rounds.
Do you have 18?
No. But it's not going to hit either. It's going to hit, some random shit. Right next to 31. Let's go one more. One more.
Dog, this is how you shred your money, son.
No, this is it. This is it right here. Because I broke even right here. He said he hasn't slept all day. That's crazy. 116. 16.
Come
Last
on,
time we
16,
smacked
baby.
out for 16,
Come
bro.
on, 16.
500. That's a grand. Oh, God, bro. Bro, last time.
Oh, you said that 2 times ago.
I know, bro. We got like a weird snake pattern going on. $14, $24. It's all 50s. Yeah, that's something though. It's 27. Okay, that's times 3. That'd be 60. That'll cover the rest. We get that. 13, 14, 33. It won't, because you see how far apart the lightnings are?
Yes.
C5, like I smacked that. And I smacked that. Boom. 269. I just gotta drag that off. You see, you gotta trust, bro. Trust the process. And see how there is no lightning? It's bound to happen on one of these numbers. Those are prime numbers that lightning hits. Just gotta lock in. He said we'll get one right now. 18, 24, 24, bro. 24. For Kobe. Do it for Kobe. Rest in peace.
R.I.P., baby.
Rest in peace, Kobe. 4. Yeah, fuck. Whatever. But 9. Let's go 9. 9 is where it's at. Oh, I didn't have anything on 9. I'm stupid. 5. Let's go. Let's go, baby. We're up 80 right now. Are you there?
I'm watching
Rabbi?
diligently, dog.
What do you think so far?
I think this guy sucks, and you should quit right now while you're ahead.
I will after this.
Dog, you said that like 5 times now.
I know, but look at how many there is without a lightning. It'll go a whole other like 10, and then a lightning will hit on one of these numbers.
10, 22. We don't have either.
It'll hit a number right now. Watch. It'll hit like a 0 or a 3 or a 5 or a 12. You know. That works too, I guess. Just get it out. Bro said he's washing dishes.
Where's your friend?
Oh, he said he'd be joining in a little bit.
Dog, he's getting blown right now. You're never going to hear from him again.
32, let's go.
Here we go.
I'm telling you, I got good numbers. 33, wow.
Sucks.
You know what Scott's been doing that? It goes right to the next number that's right next to the lightning.
Right.
It shows something. It really does.
It's happened twice.
Yeah. No, it's happened like I think 3 times so far.
Okay, at least twice. There you go.
Yeah, at least twice.
Zero.
Let's go 0. 0.
Come on, baby. Get that green. Get that. Oh.
Why is it picking 12? That's weird. You can analyze patterns. Like, some of these wheels are actually tilted a certain way. If you ever hit it 12 again, that'd be crazy. Alright, that's risky, but I mean, it's something. 11, or 34, 11 or 34. It has to pay out a lightning now. It's been so long. It's due. 12. Oh, no way. Did you see that?
I did. So what's that mean?
That means that it could. That means that okay. So let me explain this real quick. A group of people went into Vegas and they learned that certain wheels are used so much, actually turned a certain way. So certain numbers will hit more often than others. Like 12 is 1. 9, 5, 11, those are specific ones. It depends on how the wheel is. If the wheel's used as a little turn, it's going to hit those numbers more often than others, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
it's all based on how the wheel is, because it's all mechanical. So you have to think, if this wheel's spinning 24/7, look, it hit 5 again. It hit 5 4 times in a row.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So you just have to analyze the pattern. Once you get the pattern, you're just going to hit. You know what I mean? Like, we're up 120 right now. So you just got to hold. You got to hold till you get a lightning, because one of these numbers is all prime numbers that the wheel is spinning on. The wheel is actually rigged to hit certain numbers at certain times, because it hits a certain way. If that makes any sense.
Doug, how much are you up right now?
Like 8, right? That makes sense. It's all hitting lower numbers.
That
right
wasn't an answer to my question. How much are you up right now?
100.
Quit.
True. Let me try it, bro.
Quit.
Here's the strategy.
No, the strategy is we just listened to the gambler. You gotta know when to hold on, know when to fold on, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money.
Because of how the wheel is. Watch 15 hit right now. It's gonna prove you wrong.
The gambler, dog.
Or 12 again. Or 12 again. 12 works too. Or 21.
No, 21.
Either way.
No. The gambler, dog. You quit. Play something.
What are we gonna play next?
Anything with a chick.
Extreme.
Blackjack.
Anything. Okay, one more.
No, blackjack, dude. Blackjack. I bet blackjack's got a chick.
Right now, bro. I need your spur.
We already did it. We don't want to overdo it.
As we rolled it. Look, it's going to hit 34 and we're going to hit. Huge spur, bro.
It'd be blasphemous to do it again. We already did it. We just don't do it every single time.
See, and there's 11, as I told you, bro.
Okay, now quit. Go to blackjack. Blackjack.
All right, bet.
Okay, how much are you up?
130.
Okay, cash out 100 and then play with 30, and then you'll be up $100 on the day, no matter what.
Wait, look. Hold on. Blackjack. See, I gotta find one that's got balance. Here we're gonna sit in front. We need $30 bets.
No,
What do you think about her?
she's terrible. I'd rather have the dude.
Why? She just gave me a 10, bro. What are you talking about?
Are you asking
She
me how?
literally just gave me a 20.
Are you asking me how hot I think this chick is?
Yes. Look, and I'm gonna get a 10 and a 10. Watch. 10. Okay, fuck.
I'd rather.
10. At least I got 1 10.
I'd rather have her than the dude, but I'd rather have my hand than her, perhaps. Look at this bitch. She's coughing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
She's got fucking germs all over your cards.
She does. I can't lie. I can't lie. But she doesn't have 21, so at least the 20 is a push, and at least I'm getting the 30 on the side. It's a perfect pair. Yeah, see, so I won 1 at least. I won 90. So 354? Yeah. I mean, that ain't bad, you know what I mean?
How much you up?
A lot.
How
I'm
much?
going to do a $90 hand real quick. I'm
No.
going to do 2 hands. 2 hands. Real quick. Look, because she's changing the shoe. There's a good chance that the new shoe is going to have a lot of tendons. Just bear with me. Watch, I'm going to get a 10 on this one. Or 5, okay. I could get an 11, too. But that one.
So you're at
I
12?
want to hit this one and hit that one.
You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. How much did you just lose? How much did you just lose? You're muted.
Oh, 90.
Okay, so how much you up total?
60.
That sucks. Stay. Just
I mean,
quit.
it's not, bro. I shouldn't have lightning, bro.
Just
I'm
quit.
telling you.
Just quit.
Oh, why?
Because you're up.
Not much.
Enough. You could have a nice dinner on that.
Not exactly, bro. Let's try something like this. Let's try to get a girl dealer because you were obsessed with the girl dealers, okay?
Who wouldn't be? Who the fuck wouldn't be? What straight heterosexual dude would not be obsessed with hot chicks?
All right, see, there we go. Here we go. We got dice. So this is kind of like craps. You know what craps is?
Yeah. Welcome,
Okay,
Miss
so what are you
Aquarius.
betting on? What numbers are good? You said 15, right?
You got it. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Retro Raid, I'm going to watch you, but I've got to play a game with Miss Aquarius. Actually, 2 of them. It's like our nightly ritual.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do 50x on a 17 is crazy. What is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we got that. 14? Okay. I'm not really sure how this works. What do you think about this one?
If we don't know how to play it, then I wouldn't play it.
Yeah, true. I'm going to dip after this one. I mean, if we hit a 3, that's like 400. You have to get a 2 and a 1 to hit a 3. 2 and a 1. And 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. And then 25. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's this thing.
Dude, stay away from
Okay,
this. Stay away from this. This drains your wallet faster than any game. Yeah, you already lost.
All right, I'll trust you.
Play. Go back to black. Go back to roulette if you're gonna play something.
Okay, so here's my idea. We buy one. We try to spin into a super scatter, and then we go roulette.
All right.
Roulette, it's not going to hit a lightning for a minute. I don't feel it.
What's the sweet?
That's on this. Who's joining? By the way?
My friend Miss
Go out
Aquarius.
here, Miss Aquarius. Yes.
Hello.
Aquarius is our Aquarius. Everyone's an Aquarius, to be honest.
You're Aquarius?
Yeah.
January, February?
Yeah.
Which one?
February.
And January.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're probably a little less crazy.
Yeah, a little. I gotta tell you, I got issues.
No, she doesn't. She's the nicest lady I've ever met.
I just get mad and stuff to you for that.
Yeah, no shit. I know how that is. All right, let's see here. I mean, a $2 bonus is crazy.
Don't
You know
play.
what's really crazy, Rabbi?
Don't play this game. This game is just wasting your money.
No, watch this. Watch this shit. Watch, you're gonna see some crazy shit right now. You want to see what's really degenerate? Bro?
Ooh, all but one.
I'm gonna show you some real degenerate shit right now.
Let's go.
If you wanted one,
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Come on, Rabbi.
I've got it. No doubt.
That's good. Yeah.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
Yay.
Got a spare.
oh, what's this? What's this? You got a wheel drop? I don't even know what that is.
All right, Miss
Are
Aquarius.
you watching?
I am. But you don't even know what a wheel drop
I hear
is.
if you do. I don't, but I hear if you do a bunch all at once, it's supposed to be good.
Dude, that's terrible. Are you gonna try to do 4 at once?
Yeah, at least.
Who did you hear doing a bunch at once is good? Because that person doesn't know what they're talking about.
Look at that. That was a 16 hit. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
but you lost like 1,000 in a row and you didn't even know it.
But you never know, bro.
Nice spare,
So I'm
Miss
saying you
Aquarius.
just gotta hold in. One of these is gonna be huge. Like sometimes this is a move. Sometimes it's not.
It's definitely not the move.
Like this is looking.
This is the worst move
Why?
because you can't pay attention to all these things at once.
That's the point, bro.
Nice job,
You
Miss
just gotta let
Aquarius.
it be. You're bound to get one,
Yeah, but you're bound to lose 3.
you know? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Dude, go back to roulette. Or blackjack.
There we go.
Go to roulette or blackjack.
There we go.
Nice strike, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
You just gotta feed the demon. Yeah, I don't think this is the move.
No, I told you that like a minute ago. Blackjack or roulette. Tough split, Mr. Aquarius. You can do it. Oh. All right.
Come on, Rabbi. Got this.
Oh,
Got
no.
this.
You win, I win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Good job.
Undefeated.
Undefeated in
Good
both,
job, Rabbi.
undefeated
We did
in
this.
friendship.
Yeah.
Good job.
Now, what is he playing?
This is a waste of money, Miss Aquarius. If you've ever wanted to watch a man just straight up lose all of their money, it's watching this right here.
This is what you're talking about. I think he was talking about this right here.
Oh yeah, this one. This one is straight up losing all of your bag. This is like taking your wallet and putting it in a garbage disposal.
That's kind of funny. I mean, you're not wrong.
No, I'm dead right, dog. You know it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the move was just to stay with one, not go to the other, to be honest. That's okay. Why is it not letting me do it is the question. I don't have anything on, man. Yeah, it's good. What? See, it says steak.com. It shouldn't say steak.com. No, I don't have anything on. Oh, she left. She said, fuck that shit. I think she got bored. She's like, no, she don't be fucking with it. Kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Hey, babe.
That's just what she's got to do. She's got to do what she's got to do.
Piece. Yeah, sorry. Rabbi's cool. He's a real one. I like Rabbi. Rabbi is the. He be telling me that shit's fucked up. Like right there, shit was fucked up. I don't know why I did it. You know, I don't really have any justification, to be honest. I really don't. For some reason, it's still fucked. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying that. It's saying you can only get customers from the U.S., but I am from the U.S. So, like, the only way to fix it, you have to use VPNs to make accounts, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. All right, so if I were to put anything in, would you recommend it or no?
No.
Huh?
No,
Okay, how come?
because you have a problem when you gamble that you get up a little bit and then you blow it every single time. You can't just quit, and that's an issue. So don't lose any more than you already have.
You're right. Love you, Rabbi.
Love you too, big dog. You've got a family? Go take care of them.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right, bro. You're right.
I know I am. Come back when your friend comes back. If he doesn't come back, then just call it a night, my man. It's fine. I'll be here for you.
What if he comes?
Then
Then what?
then maybe, but not until then.
Okay. So then how much should I do even when he comes back?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You've got a crying little baby right now who wants their dad, and you need to take care of them.
Yeah. I'll give her some ice cream. The next thing. That's all wrong. Bye. Well,
Please leave your message for.
All right,
he put his shit on Do Not Disturb.
He's-
That's crazy.
he's getting blown, so let him be.
431.
You say he didn't blow?
Yeah, he's getting blown.
That's crazy. Usually it's the other way around. But you think he's getting blown? That's crazy, bro. I can't even lie. Girl, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. And you live at the club. Oh, mom. Do you ever get sick of my shit, Rabbi?
No, dude, I like having you.
You're a real one, you know that?
Thanks, baby.
I mean, you're a pink pony girl. And you live at the club. It's great. What ain't this? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's too hot. Yeah, come on. Well, put it. Damn, bro. I don't even know what to say. Be right back. I'm gonna get my kids some food.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah, I had a phone call.
That's okay.
Now, what's going on? We having an information break?
He had to go do something. He'll be back. Has your friend decided when her wedding's going to be yet?
Oh, no, yesterday. She said that they're looking towards next year in the fall.
Oh, very nice.
This weekend, this weekend they're gonna be looking at venues and stuff.
Oh, very cool.
I don't know what they get. They gotta look at the venues first and they'll
Yeah, no,
decide.
that makes sense. I was just asking her a question. All right. So,
I'm excited.
excellent.
Thank you for asking.
100%.
What are you excited for?
My best friend is getting married.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I like watching this stuff. You explore with us crime story. Have you ever seen this? Rabbi?
What is it? Is this a song?
Just watch it and just listen.
Oh, with Chris Crawford.
Okay, I will, but I've got to do it on a different device because I don't want to get a copyright strike. This is new to me. Wild girl.
Asking to a rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. That's pretty hot. Who? What was the artist?
And crisscross Amsterdam. Watch this real quick. There's a bigger film. Right here. And then there's some burritos. Like at least 3.
No, you're gonna have some kind of digest first. Just in case, because the last thing you told me your tummy hurt.
That's St. Marcel Elementary School right there.
That's what's her name?
What?
That's too big. You should put like that. Okay.
Yeah, it's QG.
QG.
QGEBGQ. Right.
That's my teeth. I'm there.
Yeah, okay.
Grandma.
Yes.
I don't understand why it's not loading. It should be loaded. It's not loading.
Dog, what are you doing?
Getting a daily bonus.
Is your plan to get him again?
I don't even know what I'm doing at this point.
No one does. You're drunk and you're playing a game. You're drunk and you're playing a game that literally I've never seen anybody win it. Not just you, but like tons of people on Tik.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Lost.
You're right. Rabbi.
Yes, sir. Did you say big guy? You should take care of your family and get some sleep.
Right now?
Yeah.
Rabbi, you look like a sexy Greek goddess.
I appreciate your high praise, my friend. He's old enough to gamble his life away on stage. Yeah, most people are.
Can I show you a video real quick?
Show me what you want to show me.
This is something you must know.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. Take care, Miss Aquarius. I'm watching. It's some animal's teeth.
I'm addicted to milk. You were wrong. Salt chai can help you. Salt chai. Make you look. Make you look. See the best trace. Don't make you look. Be free.
You said that last time. Don't give me that face.
I'm young. Rabbi, what did we learn from that meeting?
Stop drinking, and then at the end you can have a drink to celebrate.
Exactly. Put this on in celebration. You listening?
Yep. What's up, big dog?
You still watching?
I'm listening.
You know, Rabbi, you're the only one that actually like engages. I mean, bro, everyone just leaves. Watch this. This is just called tricks.
I like that previous song.
This was even better. Look at Shrek, bro.
I see. Not only am I listening, not only am I watching, but I'm keeping the beat.
This one too. This one's pretty good. It's already 9:30. Ever seen this stuff? Do you remember the old days with Captain Sparkles was the shit? He's getting 100 million views. Remember those days, Rabbi?
Perhaps, my friend.
This is nostalgia. Side to side.
Yo, pimp.
How old are you?
39.
Okay, you're longer than me. Maybe you know the whole Minecraft fair. Were you there for Minecraft?
I was too cool for Minecraft.
Were you too cool for Creed is the question.
The band? Yeah, I can rock this in Creed. What does it? What does this have to do with Minecraft?
I don't know. It, for some reason, popped up in my stuff. I don't know why it did. Just did.
It's a good song.
Yeah, I like that song. Oh, you want to hear something? Okay, so in high school, I had a music production class where this guy had Pro Tools. You know what Pro Tools is?
Yep.
This guy had Pro Tools on like 40 computers. He had like a $2-3 million studio in the high school. This was the high school I went to, and his son actually made this song. Where's his name? Kaz Brindis right here. My teacher was Brindis, and his name was Kaz, and he did the piano on this song. And this song is beautiful. Y'all listen to it. That guy on piano right there is my teacher's son.
This is a beautiful song.
See this guy right here? This was my teacher's son. That's the son that did his song. He does like all kinds of cool stuff, but yeah.
Yo, dog. Do you want to get rid of your hiccups?
You said what?
You want to get rid of your hiccups?
Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. This works 100% of the time. I'm trying to, but you keep picking up, and I can't fucking hear it. That was beautiful. All right, Pimp. Here's what you do. Do you still have the hiccups? Okay, so just one moment. This works 100% of the time. Hold on. Both. All right, so this is what you do. You fill your lungs with your mouth. It's very important you use your mouth. Swallow twice in a row. Exhale slowly through your nostrils. That's it. Now get rid of your... Dog, you didn't do what I just said. Nope. Dude, I've seen Jennifer Connelly a million times on this fucking horse. There she is. I said, there she is. Did you do the swallow thing? No, because I keep hearing you do a fucking hiccup. Breathe in through your nostrils. Or no, fuck. Breathe in through your mouth. Swallow twice. Exhale through your nostrils. Did you do it? Take care, big dog. Sweet dreams, big man. As always, same time, same station. Peace, big dog.
Or said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That it was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the Hasidim and away from the. So and that goes along with the ignore the mandated prayer times. Of course, they're saying this is, al tip rosh min hatzibur, don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shtiblach and things like that. There are different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier nuschos of davening, which are associated especially with the Ari, as the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later Sfat Kabbalist of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter. There was a whole business about, when you check the knife. I don't know how many you studied the second schooling yet. I'm looking for I should be studying it, God willing, in about 4 months. The second schooling is the whole discussion there. Your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. But the problem is, especially with the technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for it to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing against the animal's neck instead of slicing. So the Litvaks and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shechita. You have to have Hasidic shechita. They said, "What is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting together and you're sitting around telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do?" And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of like the ideal in the Litvisher world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Poskim. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are they're taking baladalas, wagon drivers, Wasserträgers, water carriers, regular, prost, lonely people with no education, and they're right away talking to them about the Spiros and the Klifas Noga. And what is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so marvelous. You're taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. They're upset about that. And this was definitely a big deal. It kind of changed in the 19th century. But the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down, because the idea was, Kol Atzmosai, Tomarno Hashem, all of my bones call out to you, Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulations during davening. You ever done with breast lovers? Lots of clapping, stamping with feet. Harlan Stolen, where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you daven at full volume. So really weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And say these guys are that's not Judaism. We daven stock still. We don't move. We're Litvaks, right? And we wait for Scotty to on the transporter beam, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild. Mr. Grant.
They said also that you had mattresses picked all over the stove. While you were down, you get placed on that, so the bottle was banging off the mattress like a ping pong.
You can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say these Hasidim are really crazy. And finally, number 8. Antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halakha, or at least breaking norms, and even Sabbatheanism, secretly following Shabbat by speed. So these are the charges that were brought against the Hasidic movement by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi, founder of Chabad, and Rabbi Nachman of Vitebsk went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would There's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Mishnagdic movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were harems placed on the Hasidics and they got the extra faithist movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious value. We saw them burning the Rambam and the Spartak class. Here we go. I'm sorry? Around Palestine, they were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issue harem back against the Mishnagdic, and you have these bands and boundary bands, and they start burning the Mishnagdic books as well. And it was like just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, where Hasidim and Mishnagdim literally at each other's throat, and especially nasty ban in the year 1781. That was like one of these don't stand within Dalit Amos kind of bans. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, it came to a head in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Mishnagdic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Mishnagdim thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities and said, they've hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. Mishnagdim thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to even say Taknun because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This is when this Rabbi or that Rabbi got it. But it was a really, really nasty time. Imagine calling up the cops and saying, hey, you've got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying our values. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire, of our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane, right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, so therefore they went with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
Yeah, you used to say about the free Rebbe told the Rebbe, he loved Rebbe, he wanted to Paris after getting trouble for the day. So he said that the free Rebbe told him, now that you got drunk, you become a loved Rebbe.
Yeah, you got put in jail for getting drunk, so now you're really deserving. Good story. Okay, so let's go on. All right, so what ends up happening? Now, we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomenon that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon I will speak up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Mishnagdim and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick-free. But the Maskilim coming from the West are saying, why keep kosher at all? Right? The Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., and the Maskilim are saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. right? So the Hasidim and the Nestagdim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met them as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Nagdim realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the spirit of the times. Mr. Tuman.
When actually in the second decade of the 19th century, they joined forces and they were working together. Like, you get those guys, we'll get these guys, but like, keep understanding their strengths and trying to use them. Keep everybody from.
Basically, yeah, basically. They sort of said, like I would hate for my daughter to marry a crossbred, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a maskil to live on my street, right? Like, it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Nestagdim believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5%. It's just style. Do you wear darzel? Do you not wear darzel? It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Right? Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Volozhin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great student of the Donagal, Chaim of Volozhin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how are we going to cope with the Hasidics. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on technical study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Kabbalah. Like, before the Hasidim came, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard for me to give you a good number because it's talking about a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his cultural knowledge. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that kid would have been an Ilui. To learn a set of Gemara, you know, that's a massive Talmud Chacham. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there. You got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for Hamon Am, the dark, unwashed masses, to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the elite. So the Litvaks said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than those Hasidim on Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own lifetime, I had Mr. Rebbe's telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own life cycle. Yeah, it is a pretty great statement. But not telling you I read it, but no, okay. This was the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by Rabbi Chaim of Rothschild, the student of the Vilna Gaon. And this is basically Kabbalah for Litvaks. And I gotta tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How did he say that? The antithesis of Tanya. This is amazing. It is not the antithesis of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It was such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story, because we have 1 minute left. When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording for this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s, mid-20s. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. Because when you understand this, you will know everything that is important about life and Judaism and all that stuff.
When we learn about the Enlightenment?
Yeah, no, I say it had to be from. It has to be about reality, about how do we get to that. History, one of the cool things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along some kind of country road and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this place? But if you had, a map is like a very large piece of paper that sort of geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. You say, oh, now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And I hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the two issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word haskel, which means like to grow intelligent, right? From all my teachers I gained wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sentence. I said it so well. It's off the top of my rolled out like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time. But these science guys, Newton, people like that, whoa, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it's true, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. That, of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why the first time in history people actually trying to think of themselves, or not the first time in history, the first time in, I don't know, 1800 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, speaking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine the truth.
To start questioning things, to start trying to determine things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-sophists, guys, and like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. They're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is. It was revealed to us. That's its Mila, that God gave us this document. So, of course, that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying, maybe we should look a little bit.
Why does that process start happening? Why do people start questioning that?
It's more like a base question. It does a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, then that picks up energy and steam and it goes on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge total. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, from your math classes. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations, 6 deep meditations of what is the world all about. The first one says, how do I know that anything exists? How do I know it? Maybe I am dreaming this world, right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass speakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. Anyway, I shouldn't say that in class. And on recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know, Mr. Silver?
This.
No, it could be that I exist. Thank you, Mr. Toon, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, it's I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, and this is to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You either feel it or you don't. But don't start questioning it, because you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to the last guy. Mr. Abrams, then we gotta go.
Is it better to be naive?
That's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech, because with much knowledge comes much
sorrow, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like, what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression?
Yeah, but I'd say that ain't the house next to like steak.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. Let's, guys, you're getting me off topic. You don't want to get me off topic. That's too much. Okay. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Rothschild visited Ferrara many times. Interesting history. But anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out. They cross a river. They live for 6 weeks in the field. The whole population of the town, including among them, is a guy named Azaria Dossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his campment, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks who are, their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shivim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, it was a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they're celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff they had to say about, reality and truth, and we had great conversation. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it, even a Christian monk who clearly is faith system is totally separate years. And he ends up writing a really important book called Meor Einayim. Don't be confused, because that title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah. Or maybe I should say it a different way. The Haskalah, I already told you, is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Meor Einayim is kind of like a foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It, like many controversial books, he's writing on, I think Mr. Lipschitz, who is actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received yanked because felt that it might have other courses, controversial books like that. The Meor Einayim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was he wrote a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's cool, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea, of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of it. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college. And you're using scientific inquiry, you're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
Considering considering so to speak, canceled in a day by a lot of other rabbis.
Yep.
How divided was the support on the opposition? Because it sounds like everyone famous opposed him, and everyone else was neutral, but everyone famous opposed him. So
No, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? If they start circulating, especially if they're accessible. He wrote in Hebrew. Start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people think, well, this is fantastic, great, great, great. And then later someone picks up something and says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't become us right away, typically. Mr. Loihe and then Mr. Tony.
You don't see Rishonim though previously using outside sources like Aristotle and science.
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides for using Aristotle?
But fair, but it's not like the first person to bring this idea out.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rambam, right? He's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside with for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally a trade source, not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I'm assuming you wasn't, using any of the later Haskell ideas of, not using the mitzvahs. So what was considered dangerous about what you wrote?
Well,
the idea he was learning from other people.
More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way. It's translated into English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jews. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, into identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews who were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Meorei 9. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jervis, you got a question? You look like you got a question. Sorry. No? You're good? Okay. You don't have to be sorry. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn
the sometimes called Ilui of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Tuman, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women, women almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, which we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact, because America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. And when they gave the Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guys like Moses Mendel. His biography is interesting. Comes from northern Germany, a place called Prussia. And self-taught is an autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which I find is one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mama Lashon. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But then when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basic things, or, hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done, right? Because almost all cleaners in America, for some reason, are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I know how to write it. Do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger or anything here? No?
Let him mark in the drawer.
In the drawer, it'll be. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal to you. Why you might ask, why, Dr. Rickens, do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant. And they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said, after about a month, I said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Soo. Which I think means like Moshe Chaim or something like that. Young Soo. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? Well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah, here. Is this a marker?
Yeah.
It's not one marker. How do I make it work?
Feel this question.
That was an extra button. Yeah, it's got a button here.
Hold that up again.
I should be trying of it.
It was not good. It doesn't dry. It's not real ink.
Here, that's right. If I write it on here, will it go on there?
No, I'm saying you could show it.
Okay.
That right? There we go. Look at it. Oh, it's in white.
There it is, Young Sue. That's the only thing, but I know how to say it's like, thank you, and like, you're welcome, and how are you doing, sir, that kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this?
People thank you and people spoken in language.
Thank you so much, thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped, I only know the very minimal, but if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or give a lecture in Korean, but I would have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So most had that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would act at much better levels of this. We see this also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king and you needed to have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think Yehuda Nasi's son-in-law, if I remember correctly, Rabbi's son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn. Moses Mendelssohn. That's why they called him the genius of Dessau, because he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate, and he has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay frum and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Mezrich, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Most Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positives and negatives. By the way, this background image here is from a famous painting of him and a priest named Lavater, who's shown over here. I'd like to show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it.
So called learning because
I forgot to take it off and I gave this lecture in a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal shidduch line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his basher, or who we thought was his basher, he comes walking up to the front porch for the shidduch day, And she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window. She sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I got to find you the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, he's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to meet him. And her mother says, how can you do this? He came all the way here, and it's so impolite. She's like, I can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother berates the daughter, says, you must sit down. You have to have a shidduch date with him for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. This is where the shidduch dates would go back then. The parents are outside. It was like chaperoned, but not strictly street, voicings. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shidduch date. Actually, pretty good on the shidduch date. Sorry? It's going well. It's going well. It's going well. And I said, what's that? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out, first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards, the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so dead set, you didn't want to meet him, and now you're married. She said to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you're generally all familiar with. 40 days, Kodem Yitzir Savlad, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas kol goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, Bas Ploni lo Ploni, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas kol, and I saw that you were my basheres. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I davened in the womb. It's all over, right? This is the guy, he's genius, right? He's really smart. So in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of like this whole deal of being open to outside society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have like these deep, meaningful conversations. You guys use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book, right? It's a weird kind of, they publish books really easily. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. So hugely embarrassing thing, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up the whole da-da-da. Mendelssohn never converts, never speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, little diatribes, all popular press. But this is like, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Rothschild who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's not the Dervisa is in English, maybe even the Wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and coexistence, stuff like that. I love that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, much to his chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. He's like, everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And he's still class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He's been kicked out of town anytime. It's happened still in the 1770s. A crisis erupts in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave. And everyone says, what is going on? And there's like this it's a whole interesting backstory. I don't want to get into too much details, but they go into the Duke, and they say, Duke, we've got to do something with it. It's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule Nobody buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead, just in case. Right? It was a huge thing all over Europe. There are these crazy ideas. They were building special, like, emergency coffins, like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, or kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows and the flag goes up. Imagine walking by the graveyard and these things pop up. They had them attached to bells, so you can be walking by a cemetery and all of a sudden hear the bell. Someone has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency, dig me out right now messages. So what's the problem for Jews? I can tell you that. Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. Right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial, the quicker, the better in general. And we do have an idea to cover the mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, for example, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically, we don't use coffins in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the coffins we use here at Putzlaritz have holes drilled in the bottom of them, so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design the mace. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the mace. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov.
Are you ready?
And the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn.
All right, you little bee.
Rabbi Yaakov
Time to kick your egg.
Initially stunned. Doesn't know how to deal with this. He said, you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Mendelssohn changes his mind and has a little bit of a discussion with it, so he was Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what?
You have an invitation.
We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Halanas Hameis, letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. The example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of out in indoor cave graves. You have them in Beishan, you have them in Rehavia, in Shalia, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews was very big.
Dude, you have an invitation, dude.
Bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not inhumed. Then, of course, I'm sorry, absolutely, the week of the Tammuz, right? The holiday is like a yasha that after your parent or loved one,
what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary area.
Dude, go.
As well. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stones,
dude, come on, man.
Kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan.
Dude, you have 10 seconds before I just don't play. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, fuck it, man.
You don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Duke of this? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime is during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. You know, on the one side, more of cultivate a Haredi approach of let's shake a shriva. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what is over here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis who tend to be more left wing, saying, "Well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minion on Yom Kippur." Yeah, you guys remember that? Yeah, a lot of schools were shut down. Yeah, me too. But way back. So again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same tension that we have with the signature burial ceremony. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn would approve of the halachic compromise of the Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through with it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. But you can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this thing. But this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going way too far and not to do it. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of the Haskalah with the great Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halakha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
Is the sensible order for involved with fighting against Abraham Bieber?
Fighting what, friends?
Or dealing with Abraham Bieber?
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source for it. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. Kind of extreme, putting that in extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, Hirsch was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We'll lose to the early reform. Remind me your last name. Mr. Levine.
Isn't there a difference on Mendelssohn and Dr. Borges and Dr. Borges who that place where they're right, Dr. I understand the
Yes, you're very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it.
What a shot.
Right? In Mendelssohn's time, in years, I think he was born in 1720, 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kasher. Of course, you have people all who are less or more particular and more willing to compromise, but they're staying the right kind of.
Yeah, why did you do that?
Samson Raphael Hirsch, in years 1888 to 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring how to convert to Christianity on a much larger scale,
Yo, what up,
or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world. And he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity. We're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line. But it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're already past that. But if not for his
Why did you do that?
the Yakish communities, like how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more insular, like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Truman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision when you think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassam Sofer, who was a contemporary of Rothschild, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Abraham Geisler who's saying, oh, we're going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, between the regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Raphael Hirsch, he carved out a kind of middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different communities, but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 20 years later. This is another what we know as geo-overcomes. Right? Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined, and it was intended as a slur that we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as kind of say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe with the long dark clothes and things like that.
No way.
So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today
no way you make this. Don't fuck this up.
To Samson 12 verses. I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like could have been written today. And Horeb, wow, life-altering book. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who was thinking about going OTD and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues, and none of those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the young man being Heinrich Gretz?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Gretz lived in his house, and he did work on OTD stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Gretz. Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already struck. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the guys who are perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
With your first, trying to be practical, pragmatic side, saying this is practical, how the only way we're going to go forward, continue to be orthodox in the moving world. But you use a greater that's ideal though, or did you view it what you're saying as a better way?
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as lechatchila? Or did he have that? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as lechatchila.
Were his contemporaries like other early allies? Did they accept them?
No, it's controversy. All these great people have controversy swirling around it. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. Trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? He had Torah. No, he kept like that. No rabbi who totally avoided normality. I think even the Chafetz Chaim was criticized, but people recognized that. LA, they recognized their piety, but they were
But there was a lot of criticism on the Shabura.
So let's not get too far away. But I will say one more thing about Thompson report. Yes, really important. We probably will skip over some of the denominational issues and we'll get to it later. It's also savage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvahs. Right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? And we're going to just do that. It's dancing. How bad can it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah, there's all kinds of things. It was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status.
Yes, sir. 41, that's a high score.
This was something called the Austritt, which means like the escape or separation, good translation, Austritt. So we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Again, the term Orthodox was invented. We can't deal with non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to do whatever they do, they're on their own.
Go.
Big challenge, because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves
Go,
as part of the whole community. It's like they love to criticize. What do you mean? I'll keep Rosh Hashanah seaboard. Don't separate from the community. And he literally drew a line. So his ability to compromise in the sense that we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German. We also our peers. If you think that's, this version here with a little bit more facial hair.
Dude, you're the worst.
We'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on college.
Dude, you're just looking at dudes' dicks on Snapchat. Come on, man.
To save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years is adapt, but also separate.
Dude, come on, man. Nobody wants to fucking play with you if you're like this.
Let's go back in Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe.
Dude, come on, man. If you're going to come in here and you want to play, that's fine, but don't waste my fucking time.
The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly
we're done, man.
in terms of their percentage of
the
population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities. They tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be over half. Berditchev, for example, had about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting the Western Ashkenazi Jews were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. They really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we talked I know it's not the planned lecture, but we're kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? Temples. And why do they call them temples? Go to their way, they call them temples.
It's the service like they did in Temple in Jerusalem, and we don't have it, we can still practice that.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism?
Three.
Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Rubin. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
Move the center of Judaism to.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to, forget about all that biblical stuff about wanting to go back to the former one. That one was removing no reference to Mashiach and things like that. This is our temple, right? Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens because, look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem. We're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or Pushkin. It's not that interesting. Later, they would be. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. Who's writing on Yiddish? Someone writing on the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper. It was really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language. It was basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, and Slur, people like that, Yuvan Peretz, or Zionism. Right? That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this by going on Monday. Zionism becomes really big as a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression, not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, Jewish socialism, again, more for next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Chassid. He was a mitnaged, aimed to Moses. You need to transfer for this. He hated Chassidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Bogomeisters and these wonder-working Rebbes, and he said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really put tremendous amount of emphasis in developing a school system, was very widespread. But he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which escapes me right now. Maybe some of us, when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title is right now. Oh, the Galat's Mirim, right? Revealing the hidden things, right? That was Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short for Mirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing, Hatmana? But is that maybe? Maybe. Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was a satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would read this and say, wow, this is so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. So it backfired on big time.
there's no theater show, but that's what happened this project, which is basically we need people are trying on projects for in the South, and now nowadays it's a moment song because well we're still wearing it.
Yeah, it is funny how these things change around. Okay, now I want to take you to one really dark period in Jewish history briefly, and then going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must, talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? That was a pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So, this is one of the periods, and this is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Haskalah element in a very big way. This man, Tsar Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. Both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he had to put down rebellions there too. So Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like we think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. Also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we're Russians now too. Much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says, they don't really accept my authority. What authority do they accept? That is the rabbis and God. They don't look at me as the supreme monarch. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It would be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hires this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-efficient. And Max Lilienthal, big Haskalah supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get this backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although we can't say he was a philo-Semite, He was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jews even consider this?
We were just young and
Because
restless and bold.
money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better
We
motivator.
steal
But good
away
guess.
every chance we could.
Ruben?
Back of my
Translation also, and one of the case.
I used her, she used me,
Jewish
but neither
parents
one
generally
cared.
want to get their kids ahead. You will see in the 1920s in Russia was a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far down. Mr. Henderson. Explain that, please.
They're worried that if they don't get each individual to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to go to
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the speech was actually quite a bit sharper. Get to a regular administrator last time.
maybe there's more on several, but this is that's whatever they want, so and people want to integrate with those others.
Okay, good guess. Here's the main motivator.
Waving on the
In
thunder.
1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like yours as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and life choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. Your third son, you might consider the army. And this is it's a career thing, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, and they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian, all this stuff. So therefore, he says no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They would show up after Sukkot. You had to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. You remove the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, as you realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They've already had the bar mitzvah. They've probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in another military school called the Canton. That's why they get the name Cantonist. And then serve 25 years. That was it. Can you imagine it? Your 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by conversion specialists, and then 25 years in the army. Mr. Abrams? Actually, we did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they have at least some token representations of that. But, that's just good, Mr. Tillman. How does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do in the Cantonese? You got a tour. You got a tour, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then this means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent him to a school that was actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry I ended on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children who would go? Well, close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said the Jewish kahila, which we've spoken about before, the kahila has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish found federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it's like amazing, but mind-blowing what actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Got to the point in the 1850s, this community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. But hard to believe, but we have many, many testimonies of cases who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community, because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. Mr. Gertzer, they can't face anything as either wrong. Absolutely. Completely internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was a really dark experience. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen.
We were just young and restless and bored, living by the sword.
Today's class, and we'll probably bleed into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're about the birth of modern Jewish national movement. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change. It's a watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about the watershed a while ago, right?
I used her, she used me, but neither one did.
We largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world and still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep issues. And then following up, we'll probably get to on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881, then a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust, or the state of Israel. And these are 2 classes where you're really going to understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate study. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of pivotal on the root kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. So basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way we think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. You want to define humanism? What's humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism? Not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Aberstein?
So the value of learning and learning without learning.
Very good. Decidingly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope. As people move away from religion as the source of truth, and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. And hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism, is it's much more, well, you know what, I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the invention of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by new products coming from the world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable, it's a potato of life. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that there are like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western culture. It is like so aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. But if we focus on Jews specifically, we want to see two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the Enlightenment, so it melds with the Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this. We could argue against this. And ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Megillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servi Amarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group adhesion. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with the Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. And more than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it's mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familial laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. So the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families, according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They had to do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they promised not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Judea, or Jewish oath, would be imposed. These are the kind of things that would go with pre-modern society because, again, the state dealt with as a group and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities were. Do you have a question? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate around Greece, and they evolve. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah, We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. And when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Catholicism, yeah, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful groups. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1300s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther said, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestants. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so I don't think, yes, so, like,
Martin Luther, like, basically said that, how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things, like how do we take that as the word of God? If the men who are supposed to be being over the word of God is, aren't even aren't agree with each other. And wasn't the main concern that, like, we shouldn't be trusting men who what the word of God is, we should just focus on what the Testament says?
Right, it's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, we're going to this big project. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. That's a very good point. So but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-civil issues of what do we do for the former African-American slaves, what do we do with them. Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even in the Trump presidency, it's a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on? So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? White supremacists wouldn't consider them white. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
It's the same way in Europe, like Jews have like almost all the rights to Christians, but like that's
very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external experience, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature.
I mean, but if I remember, the first people that started in New York was Columbus and like, the Spanish. Yeah, those were, I guess, like Spanish Jews are Spartans, so wouldn't they be generally darker than us?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, and people see her, they say, she has the same thing on as my mother, my grandmother. And people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic? Are you get that too, Mr. Gomez, right?" Like, yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about blue, black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of sneak under the wire. And also, we weren't part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less threatened to America. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to bend most of the time. So I did the DMV, they asked me if I wanted the Mexican person for my period translator. Yeah, so I said, no Yiddish, please, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading and fending off the Indians and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaico, the Jewish oath and things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? So it says, we the people, right? It is what is the right word? Thank you so much, Mr. Willis. I just got my signature a few months ago. I already forgot, right? So inalienable human right to, right, that people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursuit of happiness, right? That's terrible. I should rewind this. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. I already have my passport. But these are kind of things like all men are created equal. That's the person who wrote it, right, Jefferson? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, we still have issues like in New Hampshire until 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country, the usual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, they had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, which in the Gemara would be for the basic, the rabbinical solution, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew infected. So there you got a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the Sheriff of London in 1875, and there were several people like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have,
Oh my goodness.
Rothschild came to the parliament, they mentioned the law, but you don't have
Rabbi
to
just
say
said like most on upon request.
rapid change will happen in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy,
I don't want
technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level.
I don't want this back in the day.
One of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the sun king, once said, "Après moi, the nuit. After me, the flood." Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, "L'état c'est moi." The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple, on pain of death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model, which did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set it up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. But this is, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty, the gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for Jews too. Wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenazi. In the supporting class, we talked about this at much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and usually different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our, in a sense, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. These are the ranges where Ozark and things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. You remember, they were forcibly converted to become Christians until they settled here in the 1500s. and the 1600s, and by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity, and they come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. 200 years after being submerged in the southern France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens." What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that
We were just young and restless and bored.
bit of a controversy. They're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews, and they start arguing,
Steal away
"You should
of the
give
chance
us
we
equal
could.
rights, because we're really French. We speak French just as well as you speak. We dress like Frenchmen.
I
We're
used
not
to
so
see you
I
believe one
insistent on Kashas and Shabbos and stuff like that, compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. Forget about the Ashkenazim." And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they did the Sephardic Jews equal rights, and then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast. Mr. Lurky.
What's the primary difference between the citizen and equal citizen and non?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of the society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a group.
That's not it, dog.
So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of a country, you would fit into a larger caste. Either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom, you had to break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like for example by converting Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy.
Very independent from the
Fact of the day. I don't want this fact of the day.
Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, to try to understand it, it's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which referred to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beis Din in particular loses, because the Beis Din no longer has the power to enforce group conformity. The Beis Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together, and we trigger away, we become assembly. That's dangerous. Yes, Mr. Ariante?
How long did it take for us legally to actually produce property society to tell us
Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, righteous, excellent. Another case in point. Oh, yes, right. The anti-Semitism of France today is like terrifying. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? No, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable to hold such a large territory, but every French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say it never did. It never was. You can even say it was in America. You know, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that one of these problems never ended, dealing with the same problem. Social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. You know, and they've got lots of laws, civil rights movements, all kinds of things that have supported them, and still it's insufficient. So these are like the end lectures, they're still feeling these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast will complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just, explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are just doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? And they say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which was way back in ancient times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. This is no problem. Let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would be not only France this time, but big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. Brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how we relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi David Simchaim. You can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently for him to honor the Sanhedrin itself, and the dromedary huts there are supposed to represent the two tablets of the law, maybe both or three. But anyway, it is definitely very cool. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them show me photo mitzvahs, but they want to very, very invested in society. Napoleon speaks to them and says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. Typically, it was his predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asks. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here we go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blackman, you're correct. They're not. But only since the ban of rabbinic garrison, right? But still, why would the Holy care about polygamy of all things? So why is that his first question? It's proven.
And learned they were very polygamy. Many of them were very polygamy, and therefore worried they'd be like that with the women in America.
Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on. But is that really, is this a big deal? I'm worried about Mormons and maybe trans.
Well, on American Nationalization forms, they ask your polygamy also, you can say it.
Okay, but there in America, it's more of a reasonable thing. Mr. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you're too loud in the back there. Please allow the classrooms. Okay, go ahead.
This is just the fact of like American multiple wives.
Hey, Alexa.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question for him. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? If you guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, who's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only the 18th century but today, but he says, well, I see Abraham, Isaac, well, not Isaac, but Jacob, you know, they have like multiple wives. So you say, you guys doing that now? So I'm like, no, I'm concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you will just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to like sort of blend the polygamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are we from us? Secondly, related to divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has a relationship to one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. You know, we invented divorce. Here's the point. Can you guys marry non-Jews? Can you guys marry non-Jews? Why does he want to know this? More for him. More for him? What do you mean by that, Mr. Zaleski?
If all the foreign and if all the Jewish men and everything, French women,
Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people?
Yeah,
Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry the Jewish men, and so the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this? Mr. Blash, what do you think? What do you mean, yes? Yes, we can? Okay, did you see the picture, David? Did you see his house? Yeah, why would he say yeah? Well, he's actually, like I said, it's a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive in the revolutionaries later. But they asked those smarmy kind of provocative way, saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up. Which is essentially the same answer that you would say today. Right? They don't want to say outright to Napoleon that abortion is forbidden. They don't want to say to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. They say to him that, look at the time, gee. And they kind of like sort of hope to distract him with it. They don't want to say an outright sheker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do and things happen, and they got it passed. He went on, let's question for right? This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implications of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Blackwood. Very good. We're going to rebel against it, especially because France has a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. But you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. Do you consider this a country?
Athleticism.
Will you defend
Look at
France?
this
They apparently
athleticism.
shouted, we have the minutes of this meeting, as if Jusqu'à will defend France to the very death, right? This is also really important, though. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have, sorry for the Zoom is in the way here, do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know? Yeah, because want to make our own army. Or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within the state? Right, what happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're gonna knit, what patterns you're gonna knit, who's gonna be the lead knitter, who's gonna be the secondary knitter. That's all fine, I don't care, you can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not out of turns, and you can say, you either do this or you're out of the club, then Napoleon is free. He doesn't want to have a rival for his force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? Mr. Grundy. The answer from the five, they want to say there is no double standard for punishment. You know? And again, halakhically, they're definitely on a good ground for this. And like, it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that. But, you know, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not, he does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy acceptance of the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, you know, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation really concerns, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance? I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. Usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending, right? They're still in money lending, especially small time money lending. Can you please explain that to us? Are you prohibited to charge interest? Basically, the Sanhedrin answers all of these things exactly the way that they wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 1771. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place, so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and any Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King. Right? We love Napoleon. And over here, an amazing, incredibly obscure image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights. which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments. Obviously not a full image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the back, please remind me, Sperling. Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right, so here's this would constitute a form like some kind of fake news. I'm sure you can be I don't see that.
Yeah, what else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right, yeah, I don't know, maybe why not?
Emancipation wasn't gold cap for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, I mean, guys, don't, as Rabbi Beryl Wine likes to say, you never confuse Jews with Judaism. Like, this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Graham,
I was about to say, isn't that going to steal before?
I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. It's true, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, you know, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far down they were. But we're still leaving it. Mr. Leggett, do you have a question? Okay, so let's go by now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that could happen during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, or reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, break that up.
French finding
thank you, Mr. Valenti. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? Because why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do it like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy period of time that eventually calmed down. 24? So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops. I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it to help you bring the old time with the new time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. So now we want to go to another hugely important era. I want to move a little bit east. So far, we talked about France, because France was sort of the leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time you get to the 1900s, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardi Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So the big thing happens in the 1880s. there is, I think I have some slides on that, yeah. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. So this idea of Jews dealt with as a group is something that reserved well into the 20th century with the equal far east as Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? 3 years of these attacks. Many of these communities attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jews. And this is like a cloud, a very important principle in Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, we worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to situation it. So take you through very quickly. I don't want to show you these interesting charts. This is a great study by these people here, Rothschild, Sakali, and Karina Yoravskaya. I love this kind of research. In the Revolutionary Era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers, compared to the Holocaust, are tiny. Like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people thought it was like the end of the world when they Jews were treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to do. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was correlated them with crop failures in years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that it do not go into a recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they come by. One of the other examples, but combined is terrible.
It's really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone.
Yep, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia, right? And I think we say the same thing about this here too, that it's bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturn, much worse for Jews. Mr. Barrington.
How did all of us obviously getting up to the West Coast before flu was instituted 6 years before.
Well, Germany had a lot of political turmoil, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. Put a pin in that particular question because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust. So let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part where you really have to show up the first to here. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse, we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people you know will fit into the political movements that grew out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, emigration. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the flee or flee strategy. This is the flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Tale of Settlements here in red between 1881 and 1917 when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who are included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this group here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, you can't, my phone's not picking up, but it was like thunderous laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. And Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the golden Medina, it's the trace of Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America. But Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this great movement were actually rebels. They were refusing to go along with them in many cases. Mr. Vasilevsky.
How big, I know, get all the way, it's like pretty, I guess, central, not like Eastern Europe, whatever, that's Asia, but aside of the area, like, Naples, the entire journey.
Oh, basically, there were a few places where you should recall that borders were very different in the beginning of at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this was a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and you needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. you know, and they came and just said, here I am, refugee assistance, and it worked. You follow that question?
Or yeah, how come I noticed they kind of like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely? It's more in these random areas.
No, excellent question. I mean, they're not exactly random. There are reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of ladder migration. That is very common phenomenon in many minorities, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from their place who's already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that, you know, his brother, I work with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go to Moshe. I never met him, but you know, he comes from my town, so I'm going to go set up with him. And this is where a lot of South African Jews, there are reasons for South African Jews coming in the first place, and gold mines, things like that, but, sorry, Lithuanian Jews. So a lot of Litvaks and migrated specifically to South Africa.
And why not Asia like untouched?
There's not a lot, like, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There will be a huge amount in World War II when Jews head their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's with the fleeing Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that attracts a lot of South Mr. Rubin.
How much true that there's a theory that the reason that Jews who came after the Holocaust are much more religious because they want to stay back there.
I think there's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's an important observation.
They don't stay back.
Regard like the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, you know, I don't care. I'm going to set up my own. I'm going to go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak Yiddish even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized. Right? There's very big phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that sound on, I can't believe that. Sounding is not possible, right? So any one that happens in your hearing, why would they say I can understand you guys might be like doing social media on your laptop or on software, but play a video with sound will be like over the top. All right, sorry, Mr. Chris, but I was able to go back to this place after you saw how many did. Exactly, that's why they're post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II, I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastated. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering active hostility from the Poles, the Alps-Pogrom and elsewhere, and saying, well, that's it, I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees, they're angry about how it's come here. They're not choosing America. America's forced by them. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself into America. I'm going to make America into myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shtetl should have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood and places like that. And they had a huge impact.
The more niche follow-up question is what about the enlightened Jews of the time who stayed in Europe because they thought the would be so great for them no matter what? So those people who came to America after not much of either.
Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those Enlightenment Jews, large because most of them were killed, and those that did make it, I think they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, I myself, my parents are Holocaust era, we were both born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but you know, we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of continuity. Mr. Atherton.
So, any question on the Enlightenment point? I know that one of the two major reports that Jews immigrated to include, other than New York or El Salvador, was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through Galveston did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were by and large, like Reformed communities, more traditionally, which definitely is much more of like the First Enlighteners than the Shetsloff that we saw on the East Coast.
Right.
So there definitely were Ashkenazi Jews who came to America and did set down and continue the Enlightenment movement.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America today. We're talking about like leaving Russia. So when we're talking about America post-war. Post-war, you're right. Right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on now. Strategy number one, right? Emigration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the leisure to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They're very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people at large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those is this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the late Russian Empire is it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Russian Empire. Yeah, but he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army, amazing, and a Jew could reach such heights in time. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with a larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When I say social democrat, it's another word for like communist. And so this is the second major strategy, is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger, the third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism, a term I invented, which is basically like the Agudas Yisrael and the Haredi movement. It really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return. We'll finish up this discussion. Thank you for learning with me.
Have I ever told you about the time Richard Linklater ate a golf club? This is my jet. Have I ever told you about the time Viola Davis ate a socket wrench?
1881,
Why would you go with such
another
a
watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence can make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even of our own days. But it had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy, where the government cannot protect its Jews. So we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell, and just as it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialists. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. I mean, because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists and all these different people, and it's like, all garbage. Yeah, a good chunk of it was made by Jews, as we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest levels in society and then using their positions, their perches high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society, hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to take, you've done really great, thank you for building these rockets and electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class are not feeling good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, I can't even afford 1 share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory with, and I have 2 Teslas in my driveway because we just took it over. Mr. Kilburn, you want to say something?
I mean, that's what that means to stop after being evicted.
Many times, Jews have had experienced that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx, because it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is Das Kapital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called družba narodov, the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite. He was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century. But he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. Good. What are the drugs? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys are asking for a friend.
They numb the senses.
They numb it. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, they have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not Jewish. I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down and they just want to do nothing until and let the opium just work through their system. And it's like it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianity more than Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like boca, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check. Keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union, and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any questions about socialism for our thumbnail definitions? Oh, good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we are all together in a community. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist?
Or capitalist, environment for industry, for economy, but a little bit.
Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted something, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, oh, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. So in this country, that's been a huge struggle, and we still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea, universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it. It means rationing and stuff like that. But the fact is, they do have universal healthcare, and we don't. And that's bizarre. Yeah, so there are trace things like that. Israel also has universal healthcare. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this at great length. But these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Loidy?
So they're gonna take away everything from you, your father?
Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence?
They're dying out now.
Slowly. Yeah, but a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons worked volunteer in kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things. Like, for example, the shenders and things that we have in our base medrash are made by kibbutz Rabbi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable at work. There are questions about, is it, viable over another generation? And we've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now, maybe not 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. And the reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people can get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. It wouldn't work in Cuba, it wouldn't work anywhere. Mr. Grant.
My biggest thing that I would go process, the biggest flaw with communist socialism and all these things is, okay, you take over the country, but there's no point of how to teach communists after you take over the country. Once you take over the country, it's like, okay, we're storing home how much money we did over. There's no actual, look at how to fund it.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression. That they would start like kind of like clans and tribal. They would go to a feudal society, like we talked about medieval period. Then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this in the graduate school. We want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes. The third, I think this is creating weird.
Right, this is the thing right there on the board.
This object?
Yes, Mike.
Really? Brilliant. No, it's good. How do you do that?
The exact spot where it was, the something was touching right there.
That must be it. Okay, great. Third option is 5, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of Chibat Zion, of desire to go back there to Israel, is almost as old as the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also, I'm sure, there were, theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with a flag and an army and passports, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara in Shavuos, and so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. They're like, and Kasubas, it's a Shavua, it's cooking it all. Look at how brilliant these students are. You're watching this? Okay, that's good, thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionists, when we hear, of course, certain famous moment, this is Mr. Krantz. Got to read that Pirkei Avos where it says don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion, Herzl is in the picture in the background. He's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back to talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land and tell us. Because we've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. And this whole idea of socialism, it's Meshuggah. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. I'm trying to didn't come out work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Yisrael. We'll end this 2,000-year-old cycle of Galus by going back to land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately mean the end of Jewish history because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, you have the creation of a state which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this. It's very popular. Fourth option. This one is a little weird. I think we're using the battle here. And then the other one, this one here. Let's move. Okay. So fourth, this is a little weird. It was not one of those popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at this time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubno, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called a federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Dubno imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't like sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it's not nearly have as much strength as the way Dubno imagined it. Had a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing Orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Agudas Yisrael was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a treif Medina, people would throw their stone overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shkita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education, stuff like that, they wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Agudas Yisrael is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values. Using the modern devices of political mobilization, in some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies. Jews fell into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your yarmulkes. So, first of all, we have this concept called the political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precisely. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left wing. It actually has to do, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sat on the left side of the room. Right? The left wing is called socialism, they're pro-socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin, political science major. Right, so this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, or they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tended to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing quip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I think of his name later, but he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America, Jews earn like Presbyterians, that's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income and things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan.
Exactly the fact that you know all about these still believe the Arsenal would like.
You gotta repeat that slower for an old
Does
man.
that have to do with the fact that even though Jews sit down well through these changes and figured out we find everything, we still think of ourselves as a minority?
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves as a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shukah, we have Leket. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ isn't one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where, traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so the shift happened that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always it. But anyway, this is our American political structure, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis, the y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called queerness, known in Yiddish as Dorotite. I mean, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, in diaspora, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael? Zionists. That's the wrong way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so sensitive, right? Especially with this particular lecture is going to be really hard. Okay. Keep your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics. It's a separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political opinion. Okay, let's go and let's see who this is where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. That is diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called the Bund. This is the short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania. They had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, various, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down, called the Arbeiterring, the workman's circle, the worker's circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's not like the news much, but a few years ago they made news because they still exist.
Yeah.
And they want to talk to the president, so because the protests are blind for racial, so to say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalist. We don't want to get into all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from ourselves and we will support ourselves and things like that. That's that politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, because if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our last quarter, so they believed in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, coexistence oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have a very good marine science major here at Turo, so he's going to go to Haifa and study the Toro in Elash. But anyway, that's kind of his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I could fill this chart up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist, but he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. Herzl Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is more moderate, more amenable to American sensibilities generally. And then you see the extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar and let's, talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that, two states. There are people who say that's ridiculous, it's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and he's very, very alive in Israel today. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. That, of course, this back quadrant, who lives over here? This is a group called the Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that helped build the kibbutzim, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived they believed in communal share of wealth in the state, things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect the kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said that Jabotinsky, you're just gonna fight with all of our friends. You're gonna make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Parenti. Mr. Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is, you can manage this, right? It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parenti correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, capitalism, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, Lechatchila, hit Al-Qasra. I'm not gonna do that. But, it'll be okay. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, they're definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority kibbutzim that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer HaTzair kibbutz. Hashomer HaTzair, the young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were buying into the Marxist idea of religion as the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, he's my young guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. It's a joke, because the young people, they kind of spending the black for nodding. We should have seen his face here. Okay. Anyways, so where are the religious? So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive to religion. Very much.
But it's the difference between the kibbutz one and the socialism.
Because it's whether they're supporting in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's got to be done here in Russia. And these people were saying, no. We've had our experiences in those. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious,
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed just over a century and almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved from Lithuania to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and see this a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like you say in the Birkat Medina, you say it in your show, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even he flew in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Sruga, who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to both the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. This sort of me. This is the most recent one.
No, which section, I mean?
Oh, I just started on here at the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own CM on Shas Federal in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast or the shameless plug. You know I do a documentary podcast, right? Oh yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in documentary. Yeah, what's that? That's it. In ninth grade, yeah, that was like 20 years ago. That was good, 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. And now, yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's short, like, it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single daf tomorrow. 2,711 videos. I should have. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Yisrael and that constellation of religious parties, we will call Haredim, meaning we call it in English cultural orthodox, you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives you the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? You needed somewhere to go. Jews unified. All right. Not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically it's gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our Better Ring, the Workman Circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably live in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
Two other things I'm thinking we can one is in New York.
Yeah.
One is in Union Square in Eagle Archives.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and yeah, I don't want to be at their train. A lot more sides.
Okay.
They're trained on the circumstances.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it in Federation, stuff like that. Coalition, the socialist Zionists, what happened to them? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for like, what, 19 years, I think. So it's really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were here. Ben-Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people were close to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. There's very little kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably just with Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called Kah, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, you know, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policy. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kah was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanists. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about the Cook's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about Aeneas Yisrael down here, though? If you left here, you're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to it? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of how maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. So Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Yiddish Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, you know, the Haredian in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we're in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
I actually read the biography of before.
Yes.
When they were done fighting with, he actually met with the head of the board from there.
Oh, definitely. No, there were definitely
trying to do a different approach, and they attacked me with this sort of that. band of so what wasn't only in there, but there was also like a wide.
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a, a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that we have separated into. But you're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion which is apparently very successful named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. And then Mr. Brandon.
So I just want to clarify, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version. I'm not a Swedish, just the average guy in HR who identifies with the idea of Israeli but isn't necessarily running over to his Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past the show they go on the list?
Well, Missouri Karta, I think, is, for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Missouri Karta are the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're putting their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
And I'm differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers in the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just, they think Zionist heretics, but they won't necessarily say they are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Dego Torah, and I haven't even gone into the ethnic, the Z-axis, so I guess it will be the Z-prime axis. The Sephardim coming to their own in the 1970s. And they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi. But when the Sephardim get involved, and the Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hope send out there. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about do you understand now why your crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does? Where he is okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s, father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heim so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He goes, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And he says, "Yeah, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole,
surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up. And it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying, it's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time, but basically it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky could help us out with this. The term Yevrei, or Hebrew, is the polite term. Jid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and the Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Kranz, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Yeah, I usually will. This is representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens there's some really nasty anti-Semitism developing now. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning The term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thinker of this era. In France, an especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Drumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows a sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s and 1880s and 1890s. And the key cause was, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, Popular Illustrated Edition, Jewish France. La France Juive means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to like mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard Drumont, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time, in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said, yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, he questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that. And everybody thought that France was like, so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany have this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this was in that period with still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed, let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. It's an incredible demonstration of complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Drumont really built on of the Jews are our misfortune. Right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate. Probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial, and obviously this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were military and protected by the military. He's finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, La Roar, which means the dawn. And it says, J'accuse, I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, in front page news, that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think we had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon, but he was allowed to go free. His sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military, and he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, a father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl that meant Israel and Zionism, and this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern-day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served.
That was so funny when I was a kid.
It was a huge insult.
Commercials.
Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Kans will say something. Oh, I think we lost him. Is that possible? So hard teaching. That's it. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video, I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter. And Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries, and one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city, and by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad's Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed of itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? Yeah, they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself, and it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of, and so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth, tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, though, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that, the Pale had massive numbers of Jews in it. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around. We can get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Nechiste. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. You know what this word Nechiste is? Nechiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin, and the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of Aztec ceremony, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it, and then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color, and you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all their names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. Vitsik would stand for Vutsen Eden Kommandieren, where 10 Jews are in charge, or 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. If you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the payas, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews were also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to, I'm going to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this? Hello, David T. Mr. Tuman.
Hi, Dean. How are you? When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fix the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were some.
It sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the this terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact, and I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. The totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews...
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he was a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He was in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Besides that, I heard that in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets and realized that they weren't great.
Yes.
Like, the Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left have probably been
that is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, some two bubbles, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskys, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the Neff period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait a minute, we grew too fast. We had too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews. But it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it's complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube. I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the rapprochement. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February. And then in October, the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communists. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. Usually the Ukrainians, we spoke about them in Khmelnytsky and stuff like that, but the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kyiv reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, can we team up, and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnov's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine, I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, and like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archive, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document. And as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian. And on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut on top of it. And the reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters. And in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which was hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car. And they were running between 3 cities in western Ukraine trying to avoid Red Army troops. But that was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government, Ministry of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually a little, it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. National Army, it was called a Directory at the time. under a guy very active in Ukraine in particular, and dozens of temporary ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday were for the Ukrainians and on Thursday were for the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall what we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where, places would be attacked over and over and over again. Huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Truman. I'll get to in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also even to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like a group led by a man named Grigoriev literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were associated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many Jews immediately said, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of base medrash, payas flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to reap revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their land. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogrom? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Would that do anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, a very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on one second, please. I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second.
hook up like in person, and we get to watch from around the corner. Yeah, from behind this, I mean, there's different places we can hide in this motherfucker. Yeah, you can use it. You can use the camera. You can hide all over this motherfucker. Yeah, as long as you're willing to tell Grant that we've decided that.
Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Revitson just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy tomorrow. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, Mr. Truman's question, also John Paul Himka's question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it, called in Ukrainian, the Peturivshchina, or in French, the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attacked the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like, it was the worst of society. This is why if you recall the title of my book here, let's just go back for a minute. I chose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? Come on, LCM, you guys should know this.
We say it by Dominic, no?
Yeah, good. Well, Pirkei Avos. Thank you, Mr. Loiky. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government?
Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region. So they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail than I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious. But two things. We should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who were joined with them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions or why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Say, oh, that's it. Let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. Well, fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivations. And it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book I guess that you wrote, the prayer for the government, I found that very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this machzor from like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania. I forgot the title, and it has like their names and stuff. And it's like I find it the coolest thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the welfare of the government in America too. We definitely have to do it because there's no. We shouldn't think that America is under us. That we wouldn't be exposed in this country too. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards, a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petiora. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler, as an artist, they were not, generals when they came to power. Petiora came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that, the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petiora? Are you Mr. Petiora?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the street. He is arrested, he doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petiora was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petiora deserved it for his rule in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petiora's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petiora himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that, and personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports.
That's what I would do if I could direct a movie. I'd get back over.
Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, correct?
I think I'd have to have the visions of great.
As can be, Professor. Clear as
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today then. We'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have an excellent day.
Professor. Thank you. Socially and Professor.
Thank you,
Professor. Big use.
Anyways, director's chairs are in equidistant corners. So sometimes I'll just go sit in the corner. Just because I can. Yeah, my gosh, what, pick up a book or watching something on television? Or, yeah, pick up a book and kind of glance over the TV. And then, did I hear something? No, that's what I would think. Luckily, the light bulb stopped flickering yesterday. Casey was getting a little nervous, and then I was like, wait, maybe the light bulb just needs to be changed. But then so that was happening quite often. It was happening to me yesterday. In between me watching the freaking police videos. I couldn't stop yesterday doing that. Well, they call it the dog days of summer for a reason. When it starts getting hotter, people start they start acting out. They totally start acting out. It starts getting hot outside. They walk around with their shirt off. Bryce, you ever do that? When it's like real hot outside, take your shirt off. I'm too self-conscious. Take my shirt off. Pump that thing up. We're sure you got a great body. You can get tan. Yeah, you look great. Thank you. Think you can get tan? I could probably get tan. I got some Mexican in me. Oh, cool. How much? 50%. 50? So 30 or 50? What 50? 50? What does that mean? Your mom? My dad's side. Oh, dad's side? Yeah. What's his maiden name? He kept his, they got even better. Yeah, I thought Hispanic people, they decided to, a man takes the woman's last name. They decided to be unconventional and just keep his name. It's a cultural thing. Wait, so what's your last name, Eisenberg? Castillo. Oh, really? Bryce Castillo? Yeah. That's a good name, man. I love that name. That's like a gamer name. Have you ever thought about going pro gaming? Pro gaming? Oh, what am I gaming? Fall of Revenge. Yeah, Fall of Revenge could be good. It's like a block breaker game. You'd probably be pretty good at that. Where you mash the balls bouncing or whatever, and then sometimes you get the thing where you hit the mouse and then it shoots up. And it's destroying the brain bricks too. And the more bricks, the better, and you can win real prizes. Yes, it's like crazy, but you have to put $1,000 into the website before you even start. It's like Chumba Casino. You ever done that? Like Chumbawamba branded casino? Yeah. Chumba Casino is great. Chumba, it's like the Native American tribe, not Chumbawamba. Oh, I see. Let's hope no Chumbas are listening to this right now. I swear to God, that's what I'm thinking. People, the Chumbawamba line, I'm thinking, those poor people, they've been through it. I know, they're not a joke, dude. Their culture is not your mask. Yeah, the white people took over their stuff. It's a nightmare. It's time for me to start speaking in certain things. That's absolutely right. Yeah, so Grant would never. No, he wouldn't double down. Grant would go, oh, well, I thought of it first. Yeah, he doubled down. Yeah. Goes, fucking ass thought of it first. It's like, dude, you didn't think of it first. That's like all he fucking talking about. When you sit there, people probably don't realize. Yeah. Oh, he always ate it. You didn't make the lazy Susan? No, crap, no. Oh, my God. What about the lazy Susan? He took it. He told me he made it. He told me he made it. He would walk in here guns blazing sometimes and just say that he created stuff. Yeah, we have seen him get out of his Corvette before and his pistol fall out of his lap and hit the concrete before he's getting out of his Corvette. Whoa! Something. You go, don't worry, it's not loaded. You can literally see a freaking bullet. Yeah, there's one in the chamber. And he says, don't worry, it's not loaded. Like, don't put your finger on it around my ass, dude. Come on, man. I've seen enough videos. I don't need that thing going off on my ass in studio. I don't need to be I don't need to be bleeding out. No, on camera. He's not supposed to bring that back here. But that's what we told him, because you told us that before. We said that if Bryce finds out you're gone. Yeah, gone. And he looks at us all weird and makes some weird remarks, and then it's like, dude, you're not even listening to us. What's gives, man? I hope you're better to your daughters than you treat us, man. Well, he always says these two things. He's really busy. He thought of it first. And then it's like, okay, man. And then he goes to talk to
Let us just recap one really important point that we kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenaz Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka.
If we could make some big family, some big mishmash, whatever, we don't care. Whatever, we need him as a pop-up figure. We need him.
Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Adlerson?
And we were telling us last time about conspiracy theories and things like that, where people were saying that Ashkenazi Jews doesn't really exist. It's all just Khazarians, like fake Jews.
Right, imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Ruman, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of the land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Kranz, a way of lying to, allowing some. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern-day Israel, which is huge because, Elise Stefanik, the representative to the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who lived in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you like why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazic Jew. Mr. Rubin.
Other Jews who aren't descended from, we're not even descended from.
Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. Like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we are family. We are not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is, ironically, in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny, tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. There's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? Uzbek, I should say. What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of the Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazarian. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish, but where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. It's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of. I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that there's any. Oh, and by the way, I've given you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Kranz. Yeke refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeke. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, that establishes a great center there. And for various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the Yakers. Okay, let's go Halabai Weiter now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blasco. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happens, like one of the great German philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, they can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you to two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th, early 20th, actually 19th century, his years are 1870s and 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch. And he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history. And I think it was 12 volumes in the original German. And it was like a blockbuster. It was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges that he faced. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who was written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leidensgeschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. You know that song, Mr. Vasilevsky? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and you say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're like, they're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, "What is this dreck? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too." And I'm saying that, Gesundheit, we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans of the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters: "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. You know, it's not like he was faking it. I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, you know, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that you know, makes us sound like superhuman, you know, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. You know, we don't necessarily want to see them, you know, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Barron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland, but he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, and he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happened. And when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It was really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, Gelehrten, they were learning, they were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali Tosh was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts, despite the Leiden, despite the pogroms. But he said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the college level. I have never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes, because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a totally different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debates, objections. No? Leidens und Gelehrten Geschichte. The word Geschichte is history. Leiden is sadness. And Gelehrten is like, we have Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? So it means learned man. So Gelehrten is like learned history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms, pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really when we begin to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter? Mr. Adlerstein.
I thought it was more of a general term for a legally binding document.
Mm-hmm. A legally binding document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly. That's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. Right? These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them, because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history, we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that right in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. So you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here. We're allowed to do these things. We're allowed to have monopoly because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents. They considered them very hard. Also, a significant number of that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom in the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term krechma, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. Goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poritz says, I don't even remember saying that. And he said, oh, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poritz can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents too. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land, exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in Middle Period? Mr. Kranz? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to, pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Leakey. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Kranz, I like your opinions, but you got to raise your hand so we maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. Kranz. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to there's even, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples in a screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the Pious, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Rudiger, who you looked at in the assignment, notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Speyer. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church, because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware,
the Gid Hanasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trace for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Gid Hanasheh. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gid Hanasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell it. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? Keep them separate, and like what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blasco? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. Don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall to protect themselves. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community if they can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. They're archisynagogas, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents and even Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Archos means leader, and that archisynagogus could serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting, got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Kranz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first we want safety and security. Then we want community. Then we want, financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And selling meat, we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating.
This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but as I state, he was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive, 4-volume, big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he eventually survived. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Kranz?
Dude, the little eyes are so crazy looking. He looks like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
Excellent, Mr. Kranz. Mr. Blasco, you want to add to that?
But we love the guy. We love him. He's again, if we had the option to add an extra.
Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we've inherited a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying pre-med, you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words in it. Can you just give me a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty, right? Royalty, royal person, crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. No, it's not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Okay, who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Well, let's break it down. Who is this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who is this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you watch those guys. They only have teacups. This one here? This is, I think, is a long finger thing, like you're the guy, you know. I have you guys ever hear of a rapper named Nissan Black? Yeah, so I'm sort of like, you know, like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast type thing once. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once. So I was there with him at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. You know, we said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Nissan Black, and Nissan Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good, you know, to blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars, good. Who are these people? Women, good. Why are there two women? I think they mean general Biclau, women. Just women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, to mean all women. Right, you have, you've got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of like the class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf, good guess. Right. What? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people as beards too. The hat, right, this is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that was convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get to you in a sec. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good.
the film of hockey that they do still have to do it, even though he didn't make the back of the web.
Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that for fighting or whatever. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy. He's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Krantz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Striemel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbeim get the black hats, but you know, we have like grade inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, the Rabbi would have a beard. Mr. Edlerstein.
There's two separate Gemaras that talk about things that like a rabbi is supposed to dress himself differently.
Yes. With a beard?
A rabbi would wear a hat, and then another thing is a rabbi generally has like a very long beard. A rabbi would have a beard. It's like hard to distinguish.
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice Din, it was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother, Allah, she used to say, Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe. Which I'll translate for those of you who are Yiddishly impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, that's what the Sachsen Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king, in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to do it? Well, look at the Sachsen Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Sachsen Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, we saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the Judenhood, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons glowing so far, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Everson? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of these images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's no. Yeah, these are pipes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here? We got these. Ah, good, army drafts. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like King doesn't have a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, or you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Everson. Because these guys all have pipes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pipe? Oh, wait a minute, what's he counting? Well, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think it's a girl. I think that's a peasant. But don't you want to say that the Jew has the pipe, but this guy doesn't? Everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pipes go in the back or something. It's a good question. You'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's one as well. And here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. Like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so poor. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blashko? Right, very good. Obviously, the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Judenhood. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We'd have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? It's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him, saying, "Come along." I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions. They're allowed to ride side saddle. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It is into sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Understein? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right. Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms.
So maybe it can still technically work for him just when you bring it
Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out the Sachsenspiegel so I can see what we do in Sachsen." And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, "Is there anything about Jews in here?" And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously they can carry swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yampel? One, yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pike picture. We're not sure if that pike picture says they're not allowed to carry pikes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pikes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Yeah, let's ruin it.
The sword belongs to Jews, so you carry the pike. We're not giving you a pike. You want to carry one, we're not giving you one.
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear, and it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they hated and chased out everywhere? What is their status? Okay. Right. Very fair. Very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. It's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Alderson.
The fact that it was necessary to show these so explicitly in so many of these things that things could not been altered. Otherwise, they wouldn't been able to so explicitly show that even future kings, you are required to protect these Jews.
I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are in walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point? Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century, right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is, if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply, disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews like positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we like let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, like, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Daf Yomi? I didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, And he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered. And he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens? Or do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care. I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a guess. I don't care. You can just walk away. Because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I talked so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. The majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It was very, very early Haskalah, but yes, they were very inclined towards, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on, but they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Pirush on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some filmies on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You can see it's a Grand Sanhedrin, and as the years when it sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yes, Moshe Rabbeinu. It's crazy. And what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes! And what does that mean? He's portraying like, yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, the Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Lahavdil, Elef, Alfe, Havdalos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like this did not get an art scroll Haskama. Let me tell you that. It was the police, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going up for my citizenship interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess them up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of the Misnagdim took to say, we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Helek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying, he's the Helek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good fortune. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this.
Streets, man, they don't even really look like a bird. I'm not impressed, really bad. Yeah, it doesn't even have the M on it. It says like B. What's the B? The classic bird symbol, right?
Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up was a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterlands, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in, tiny communities of sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Mr. Truman. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize. And as they had to respond to social and political and economic needs, then they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we are going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of Napoleon, because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you can just walk. You can maintain a secular identity. You can identify yourself as a dolphin if you want. It really doesn't matter, because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, again, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you. You have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection. You have potential marriage partners. You have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you've got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free. You have to pay for it. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. Mr. Schwartzman, right? Parente. It's like we're cows or something. It's like that's what I always saw when I heard that. I was like, what did I think? And I'm with her, so I was also right. Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard, because, and he is really unique, and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s. So it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. And that was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of these things. Mr. Ederson. Yes, correct.
He said he can't have 5 dogs.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions, right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese, Jewish, Sephardic influence from the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying that Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until about 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead, because we're still here basically around the year 1000. And this is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, in ein kemach, ein Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds. There's no such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. And one of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, there's only one exit door, and that is to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it, as we shall see, but that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through organizations called the Chevras, which were kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah? Only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders? Only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it worked. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the section Megillah, you'll see there's a discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant, on the one hand, you got kavod, you got honor, but on the other hand, you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogues today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. That's how the good people of the city of Tuveir are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There's 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Adlerstein?
He gave me this big list of all the different fruits I can eat, all the different vegetables, all the different snacks.
Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Jerry Avos, and I'm sure that in the Kosle based on measures, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abramson rule of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blackstone. Rabbanus, close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abraham? Reputation is very valuable, but typically you get reputation for one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom, also close. Also close. Mr. Parente? Good. Learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Keter Torah. That's also a bit like, scholarship, learning. So you get money, you can get status through money or through learning. And then the third one, you already said, Mr. Adlerstein, in a slightly different way. Kahuna. What is kahuna? Okay. Close. Cousin, close, Mr. Parente. Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you. Yichus. Right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways you get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. So unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning's your only shot. So pay attention, because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money. It's definitely better. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilevsky.
That's not a coincidence. Because it happened earlier today in the apartment, and I swear to God, the lights start blinking in the bathroom. Yeah, look at that. Look at Casey right now. Bryce, look at Casey. Oh, he's making the face. He's making the 13 ghost face. This is the 14th ghost.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think it's the least stable because, people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family. And look at Nebuch, what he is. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning is the best Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Would you like that, Bryce? That combo of kind of artists? Yeah, you get a little bit of the
yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. If you know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, we better go on. Doing terrible things, you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess.
Yeah, we'll go for on that if you're willing. If you have cash that you can to Casey and then you'll cash out. What happened to me? We'll figure it out. If you have cash out.
Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. That depends on who you personally. I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when we shut off the machine. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. First, at the top is the Tuvei Ha'ir. These are people who typically have status through money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important here. Under them is a body called, or a person called the parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the farnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because male pronoun, because these are all men. Whoops. Yep. Right. Okay. So the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the Tu B'Yair decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the Beit Din, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing, and here we don't have a legislative wing in this really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in this system here. But the rabbi and the Beit Din are there to make sure that what the Tu B'Yair asks for is within the boundaries of halacha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the Tu B'Yair. He's like nominated from among them, so that means he has what attribute? Money, right? The parnas is wealthy, and the Tu B'Yair represent largely the wealthy classes of the people. The rabbi, on the other hand, who pays his salary? The Tu B'Yair, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tu B'Yair. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like hashaphically, philosophy, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi?
I've never seen such athletic.
This is like if
the 1960 Olympics.
So we're giving money, right? But what if I'll give you
the third X
example.
Games?
Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate. I'm trying to think of an example that I could keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the Gemara. Actually, you have examples of this with the Reish Garusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to Torah principles, and they have the money to do it, and they want to do it, and the rabbi speaks up and says, "No, you can't do that, right? Because it's against halacha." So couldn't the Tu B'Yair just shut down the rabbi and say, "Well, forget it. We'll get another rabbi." Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them. He teaches them. He does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way or have a particular kind of event or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that. And they have to, they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tu B'Yair will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. Right? But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite who largely support the community. But on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabay. Today, we tend to think of a gabay as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, of organizing who gets what aliyah and who goes up to do Hagba and things like that. But the term gabay, as you'll see in Pirkei Avos, it actually means collector, the gabos, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line halachically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that. But you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering flogging. And you would have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way with like shoelaces, rarely with like actual meant to cause pain. Definitely to use social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have the buy-in to do so. Where this might come up is like, let's say, for example, the person refused to appear before the Beit Din after it had a summons several times and was warned and so on. You also see it with, it's much more of a problem at the turn of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis could call out the Gabayim, go straight away, and as you've seen, I'm sure, in Mishnah Torah, the Jason quoting the Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his wife a get. So he realizes of his own accord, as it were. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Yamakas Martis would be in that category of what the Gabayim could do. I don't know if halakhically they would typically call it, but oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare, isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who is threatening the entire community, saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed and so on, this could be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, no, but just regular assassination, whatever it takes. Knives, guns, sticks, stones. Mr. Kranz. Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there to keep people in mind. Remember, I said coercion. The Tehillah, although warm and supportive, was very coercive. They would tell you, but the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's with taxation, that the Tubayir would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to pick it out of you. But it was real.
Welcome.
That's an excellent question.
How are you?
That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers.
What's good in your neck of the woods? Happy Job? Happy Julie? What's good? What's good, son? How'd you find? I'm kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I just found out about you from Adians.
Oh, very cool. Well, welcome. I'm just watching some podcasts. Feel free to enjoy, big dog.
No, thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
First, the statement simply imposed, just like Rav Huna and Gemara Sanhedrin actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they could say, we want to establish ourselves as a Tehillah. This is the way we're going to do it. We've got to collect money. This is how we're going to do it. Mr. Adlerstein.
He doesn't realize it's like prank years. He's like, I know. I'm going to figure out who this is.
Oh, it's hilarious. Oh my gosh. We used to be a proper country full of pranks.
Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. They'd make an assessment. And again, remember, we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, wow, look at that. I see you painted your house. You must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, we figure you should make a contribution to short of 500 zloty. Mr. Abrams.
And we're hearing them flushing the toilets, doing soup down into the toilet.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, this royal to Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with wealth.
And they're flushing all their soup down the toilet.
Largely because of Napoleon. Because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbi. And modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey about 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys actually in New Jersey who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he sued the people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that in America, right? I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, no, can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done, right? You didn't have an Aguna crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of the power of the Bidens. Mr. Parente, then we got to go on.
And then I freeze, and it's just, I can see it like I would train my eyes to come watch it because it's almost invisible when they get on.
So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the postscript will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt halachically within it. Everything from Shkozbul to Eruvin and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what impinges on it, as we shall see with Takanas Rabbeinu Gershom in a moment. Now the Parnas is required to manage the Chevrot, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right? From the word chevra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tended to be especially powerful and predominate. And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the chevras was the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only pick people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, we have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me even. And then the burial society had tremendous power. One of the first things that the Beit Din could do, if a person didn't want to, comply with a summons or a payment or a get or something, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the Chevra Kadisha not to give you burial rights. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. The Chevra Kadisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Chevra established once the community got started. But there's so many others. The Chevra Shas in charge of education, Zikra Kolin, of course, taking care of the poor, Tomchei Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tomchei Shabbos, which of course we still have today. In most communities, we'll have a Tomchei Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people to help them get through Shabbat. Ozer Dalim for poor people, Hachnasas Hala, also very important. Chevra that will deal with providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers, Chevra Tehillim for people who want to get together and say Tehillim. Whatever it is, the Kehillah would set up those Chevras. And with the obvious exception of Chevra Kadisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevras, would be populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Tzedek. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out gabayim if you don't comply, and all kinds of things like that. But the upside is this was an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. They were figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. And it's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tuman, Mr. Parente.
Seems like 100% would mean you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Mahamad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parenti.
Shows up to my freaking funeral. That was great. That's that would break my heart. That's almost why I don't even want to pull this, Casey, because it's like I don't want to see much. I don't even need
You know, I the question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. And it would be interesting to see if they got this from this sort of structure that they grew up in. I would think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Okay, last question. We better move on.
Good idea. Yeah, that's a fun. Yeah, dude. There's that one in keep with.
Yeah. Well, these are not people. These are like organizations.
$1 million unmarked bills from the U.S. Treasury. And that means, yeah, the government can see where the money came from or whatever. So you're saying you can spend it on Trace? Yes. Have you ever seen something like that, Bryce?
It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the people club. This is the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. You know, if they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll appeal to Tomchei Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hafnat Tala. You know, and if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and decide to Tehillim together, they'll go to you know, Sefer Tehillim, things like that. And so, but there's always going to be a class conflict as well. There will be Jews who are very wealthy who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at a much lower level of status. But you know, as my father would say, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose." I didn't tell you the Abramson rule of history. Oh, I have to say that because I forgot. The Abramson rule of history, I'll repeat it again. It's really worth learning. Does anyone know the Abramson rule of history? Mr. Rubin, what is the Abramson rule of history? Ah, very good, very good. I would say it slightly differently, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It's not, it can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Okay, shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Tuvayir. They could not be the Parnas or be among the Tuvayir. They couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny, not only through leadership of the chevras. And by the way, go to your local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult ed and the Medonos groups and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at the chevra level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by, you know, the Parnas or even the rabbi or anything like that, she could go into the men's section of shul, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that it was extreme, right? And you can only get away with it a few times before people say, you know, she's in the sugar there. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, you know, there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this throughout history. Mr. Toomey. Well, when you use the term excommunicate, we have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said that they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had periods of nidui, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. He can't get any aliyahs. He can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure that they would use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standing if they were to do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can protest, and so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but at least heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it worked for 1,000 years, right? Okay. So let's go on to the Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also sort of spread this out over several hundred years. But we have to look at one figure in particular who's especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, Meor Hagolah, the light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Yes, excellent. Yeah, excellent. The Cherub Rabbeinu Gershom is the most important thing. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in Mainz. Born around the year 960, and he died in the year 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile, right? That's where we get the term Meor Hagolah, and upon we all depend on whom all Ashkenazi Jewry are the disciples of his disciple. That's a typo over there, but you get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo is supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak ben Shlomo, Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Tehillah and all kinds of other things. We'll talk about the most famous ones in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, "Oh, this is a takan of Rabbeinu Gershom. Must be really important." It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to include it. Kind of like, if you see yogurt that has a hashkach on it that says glatt kosher, right? And there's no way that yogurt can be glatt kosher because only meat can be glatt kosher. But nevertheless, people have this phrase, glatt kosher, it must be really kosher. Hence, Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later takanos. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. This is like 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the Or Zarua, a very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. There was pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in this. There is some question about the nature of that conversion and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is the subject of machlokas among historians. He was married twice, and we do have his ketubah for his second wife, whose name was Bona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is his Takanos, where is it? Here. The consent, well, actually, it's the very bottom one. Here, it's ban on polygamy, right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later, so just for everybody in the web audience to know, historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife, as a concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives, or 2 wives and 2 concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than 1 wife historically. But around the year 1000, in the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershon comes up with a ban, a cherem, right, which is one of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than 1 wife. That's it. You're just going to have 1 wife for now. Now, why did he make this ban?
What's going on?
It's just like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for the ban? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please.
What's up, big dog?
Evening out the ratio of men to women. No, the ratio of men to women is basically stable, except in times of war, when men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an emphasis in this context. A good hint. Well,
what do you need?
Let's hear what you think. Fighting with small communities. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point.
Yeah, I can't help you with that right now.
Typically, who marries more than 1 wife? People who are wealthy, people who can afford more than 1 wife.
When I can,
and so
I will,
that means you can have people of the poorer class who might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they may see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyways. Money, yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes. There you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here when we're talking about this? Yeah, exactly. Christian practice monogamy, right? So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That the Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and Jews are out of step if they're practicing polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today. But so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about, it relates to this one here, the consent of a wife to divorce. That Rabbeinu Gershon also, I think this is in the opposite order, he also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands force them to divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? Brandon? It's difficult for who to get by? Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift. If a husband were to decide, I don't like the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it's going to be really tough. It could be abrupt and it can be harsh. So there seems to be in the kind of Rabbeinu Gershon a consistent follow through of wanting to support women's status, women's position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives, and the consent of wives to divorce means that if women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Mr. Gertz, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for the year 1000. Mr. Planter, last comment. We got to go post it.
It's pretty long. We're actually doing the audio book.
Yeah, no, it's a separate band. It's a separate. I don't know which one came first. I think they actually came at the same time. I think it was a package. I'm not positive. Another one that's interesting, he insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters. And, there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershom that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in times of, we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara, but I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha. You can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era? Besides the fact that we know about it from other records. You're right. The Megillah is all full of letters, right? There's like sending letters back and forth, So, so he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communications, that you're not allowed to read anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, lesser known takana, but became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, close. Email, right? Email is email correspondence. Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelope, or can you actually look at people's emails? Right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails, because that's not truly private for you. You write in your secure Turo emails, then whatever I say to you, then it is like tracked forever as a legal document. Correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think Dr. Abrams said for sure I would graduate, and then take me to court and they'll summon my email. No, you do. You do, If you're emailing about, first of all, you stole an email about university business. But if you're emailing anyone in the university about university business, use your secure Turo email. If you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board, then you can use email. Okay. Here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant besides the ban of polygamy. The Cherem HaYishuv, the ban on settlement. Anybody know what this thing is? Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Adlerstein. No, that's going to be later. But the Cherem HaYishuv was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given kehillah. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a competing shoemaker's store. The Cherem HaYishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the kehillah, who could set up a business, and who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that it was engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to a kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Cherem HaYishuv of a Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Glans family is in charge of silversmithing here. No other people are allowed to come into this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Mr. Tillman. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Baba Basra of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, sorry, I only had a salad for them. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up, you can like try Kayam and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away my business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from me. Well, it depends on where you live and if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the VAD, then yeah, theoretically the VAD could say, hey, we really don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the VAD says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another hashkaka and say, what do I need this VAD for? I'm going to go to a different VAD. And that's how we have, our community kind of like loses its integrity because it figures out different multiple authorities. There's a downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. On the upside, you have consistency and community holds together. But on the downside, typically means higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was extremely effective and kept the Tehillah going for 1,000 years. Only exceptions to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no Karen Hayushiv, no competition rules? Teaching Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open game. Anybody can teach Torah. Okay, let's see now. We talked about why, right? So let's do the last part here and the impact. This is Chagall's painting of a wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, it's Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting, you'll see over the next 20 years, because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it was only to be for 500 years. And then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it for 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up into the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban, and he's the one who gives us the source of it's an expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, and I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. You can ask your Magidei Shir about this. But like, let's say for what you have the other ban that you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from you anymore. You call her up and say, Sarah Shulman, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a get from you, because of the kind of rabbinic Gershom, I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a woman who is a moredes, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife. He could not divorce his wife if he won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Similarly, if a woman is in chastity through insanity and so on, these are like difficult issues the posting to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, there were people saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? We have so many single women. This should have crisis. Why don't we just let them marry richer men and so on? But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point. I do want to say in this context, we're talking so much about the Takana Rabbeinu Gershon. One of the really important things is that it's menschlich. If God forbid, you should all get married and be happy and, maybe fiancé. But if, God forbid, divorce is the option, give your wife a gift. Don't mess around with it. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein.
Cleaning my house. Wait, hold on, we gotta stop you there. Hold on, it's fucking Wednesday. Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at shul recently, and I found in the Evo archives terrifying mimeograph document that was to be filled out in a displaced person camps, where a husband would write, a potential husband would write, I'm going to marry Prince Alea. I'm actually married to Fuma Sarah, but I don't know what happened to her. And he would swear, he would sign this document, that if Fuma Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to 2 women, and he would do whatever the Beis Din says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife, terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first, we do have, there's kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias against this, saying, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm, was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein?
I figured you for a bush with the camouflage cans. You just have it 24.
Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul, of a mikveh, of a kosher Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blashko? Pogroms, tell me about that.
Yeah, I always like the camouflage cans. So cool. Then you can make a suit of armor out of them when the cops can't see.
So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't take it with you. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run carrying an acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, and essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that, violin. The reason is because it's very hard to run carrying a piano, right? It's hard to flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsions. The local king, lord, noble, whatever, says, kick the Jews out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century, right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled. Okay, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Tum, Mr. Parente.
You love your caffeine and alcohol together, didn't you? Yeah, I didn't always do it, but I always drink Sparks. Do you remember those? I love Sparks with the silver.
It's an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land as choice. Mr. Tillman.
And this one actually does have a little bit of caffeine in it, so I can go a little wild right now. I don't know. Oh, fucking sparks. That brings back memories. We used to tape those things, like drink a bunch of them and make them.
Okay, good point.
Nice. That would be.
Well, because you have to invest in real estate, and if you hoard, anything attached to the ground. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that are here. They definitely invested in skills, and they definitely invested in skills that were liquid, like medicine, right? If you were a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that. You're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. Right? But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, you can also put it in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of, jewels and things like that are frequently of Jewish origin. Quite fascinating. Because you would bury it and then you come back and pick it up. Mr. Parenti, and then we go on.
My friend Sam says that he thinks that when he dies, St. Peter won't let him into heaven because he played Edward 40.
By what, like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, or more likely they were like dairymen and things like that, they're good to the soul just as well. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example would be meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, to have kosher meat, but Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Maybe the week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the yid hanasheh, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest. Sometimes most convenient. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefits of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. This is a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. And you can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, it's dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish a Jewish couple, because here she's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here has portrayed a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Kind of interesting. It's not very good resolution, but nevertheless.
So it